All right, we are live. This is Sound Booth Theater Live, and these are the cold reads of Dungeon Lord 5. This is part 5 as well. So, yeah, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me. Yesterday, we only were able to get through 2 chapters, maybe less than 2 chapters. I think I stopped a little bit short of finishing. Let's see. Yes, I stopped a little bit short of finishing this chapter. Like a page, maybe 2 pages short. Oh boy. The script just messed up on me, but that's alright. Hey, Scraw! What's up, Lauder Gaming? Mr. Jenner, good to see you. Kimberly, good to see you. Glad to have all you guys back. Oh, you just picked up book 1, Mr. Jenner. Thank you so much. Oh, he's going to forget all this stuff by the time he gets back here. I do agree, Kimberly, that this series gets better with each book. Ooh, bacon, egg, mushrooms cooked with the bacon chips, beans, bread. Oh, man, that sounds so good. Hey, Tristan, good to see you. All right. So, let's go ahead and search. There it is. I think we're on chapter 2. We're just finishing up chapter 11. Okay, so Klek and Steros abandoned the what is it called? Abandoned the tour in order to go on another roller coaster ride. And Steros has discovered that he's starting to get comfortable. Or he's starting to get over the loss of his hands, I guess. Not really, but it's like it just started. It just started getting over it. When he stumbled his way out of the cart, Steros' legs were trembling uncontrollably. He hugged his belly as if trying to convince his lunch not to rebel and abandon ship. He hugged his belly as if trying to convince his lunch not to rebel and abandon ship. He hugged his belly as if trying to convince his lunch not to rebel and abandon ship. He hugged his belly, trembling uncontrollably. He said, "We need to do that again sometime." We need to do that again sometime, Klek said, seemingly unfazed. Steros took deep breaths, trying to get his heartbeat under control. Maybe, he said weakly. The Batblin scratched his nose to hide a grin. As your evilness commands. Where to next? Steros' gaze started to take in their surroundings. Let's get rid of gaze there. Steros started to take in their surroundings, looking for their next adventure, but he paused when something about Klek nagged at him. The Batblin seemed quite relaxed. Funny how a commander of the Haunt had been missing from a meeting with their sponsors without a word of warning, yet no one was looking for him. Even in Steros's own dungeon, which paled in comparison with the Haunt, such a disappearance wouldn't have gone unnoticed. Someone would have called it in, and security would have easily tracked them down, at least to inquire what was going on. And yet no one had showed up, which meant they weren't looking. Which meant... what? That Kleck had actually planned and announced their exit beforehand? Is this some sort of joke? Steros thought, indignation rising in his chest. He was about to angrily demand an explanation when an alternative interpretation presented itself. Kleck had deliberately told Kessa and the others he intended to miss his duties for the sole purpose of cheering Steros up. Did you invite me to the factory planning to ditch the others all along? The young dungeon lord asked. There is nothing to gain from this, Steros reasoned. Anything the Haunt needed him for, he was powerless to refuse. Kindness was unnecessary diplomacy. Well, Kleck said. Well, Kleck said cheerfully. Why not? I assumed you'd find dealing with those old folks just as boring as I did. Steros raised his eyebrows. So there was his answer. Kleck had no reason whatsoever. The Batblin's character sheet had absolutely no skills in manipulation. He wasn't acting out of pity. It was just part of who he was. Something in Steros's psyche gave way, like a tiny crack suddenly appearing in an old, overwhelmed dam. However, he was unaware of the change. Kleck? I'd like to take you up on that offer, for my hands, he said clumsily, without really knowing why. The Batblin's snout twitched. The prosthetics? Great! I'll let the artificers know! Oh, there's a helicopter. Great! I'll let the artificers know! They're probably looking for me out there. I'll let the artificers know! Jeez, that was a long time that took. I am wearing socks today. In honor of OJ passing, the police are looking for me in a helicopter. Okay. He looked around, confused. As
soon as we figure out how to return. I kinda have no idea where we are.
Steros studied the seemingly endless maze of corridors. Steros studied the seemingly endless maze of corridors and the metal cacophony of machinery coming from every direction. Ah, shit. Or not, Steros agreed with a small, mischievous smile. It had been so long since he'd even had a chance. All right, on to Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The third option. Row upon row of identical houses spread in every direction, the main difference only their color of pastel paint, which promised an all but idyllic and peaceful life for a family of 3 to 4. The white fences promised security and stability, while the carefully trimmed gardens showed just a dash of the personality of their owners. The day bled out into dusk all over the wet asphalt, pools of rainwater exploding into shards of purples and oranges. From a nearby park came the fragrance of honeysuckles and the happy shouts of children playing. 2 men walked down the street. Judging by the age difference, it could have been father and son. 2 men walked down the street. Judging by the age difference, it could have been father and son. Judging by the age difference, it could have been father and son. The Dungeon Lord and King Varon had changed vehicles thrice, using Varon's seemingly unlimited uses of the Royal Command talent. There was an ongoing manhunt all over the city. Ed had taken a look inside one of the houses a while ago and had caught a glimpse of an excited newscaster announcing that fugitive Edward Wright was just Ed had taken a look inside one of the houses a while ago and had caught a glimpse of an excited newscaster announcing that fugitive Edward Wright was just about to be corralled inside a farm about 80 kilometers away from his current location. No one around seemed overly worried, but in any case... No one around seemed overly worried, but in any case, he kept Nibbler's hood up just in case. No one around seemed overly worried, but he kept Nibbler's hood up just in case. Damn it. No one around seemed overly worried, but he kept Nibbler's hood up just in case. He swiped at a passing mosquito. You know, most of those officers you commanded are going to lose their jobs.
Or they may not, King Varon said. Men of Earth have a way to explain the inexplicable.
Ed scratched his chin, thoughtful. My method would have been better. Rough everyone up a bit, at least give them... Rough everyone up a bit, at least give them a reasonable excuse.
Surely you wanting to see how you measure up against a six-geared out SWAT officers has nothing to do with that.
Maybe that's part of it, Ed thought. Perhaps he had spent too much time around the Haganashi. King Varon's character sheet was different from King Varon's character sheet was different than he... Hey, what's up, Lazy Baker? Thanks for coming. King Varon's character sheet was different from what he had expected. Not a single talent related to combat, and there wasn't even any spell casting other than Royal Command. Varon could crunch numbers like anyone's business, had an eidetic memory, and was immune to all kinds of poisons and magical charms. Okay, let's see. Is that right? Eidetic?
Eidetic.
Yep. Varon could crunch numbers. Varon could crunch numbers like anyone's business, had an eidetic memory, and was immune to all kinds of poisons and magical charms. Like anyone's business? Like no one's business, is what it should say. Varon could crunch numbers like no one's business, had an eidetic memory, and was immune to all kinds of poisons and magical charms. This was about the extent of it. This was not a man that had been anywhere near combat for most of his life. His skills, however, reached beyond the advanced ranks in many aspects. Varon was an intellectual, not a warrior. In short, this was the sort of lifetime politician that Ed might have expected to see campaigning on Earth, not leading a zealous magical kingdom that commanded hordes of fanatics. Varon was also defenseless. Ed only needed to reach out, and Haligis would lose their leader. He looked away. For a long time, all he had wanted was for someone other than... He looked away. For a long time, all he had wanted was for someone on the other side to sit down and talk things out. Now the king himself was here, willing to do just that, and Ed's thoughts veered in unmistakably villainous directions. Still, there was the chance this was all an elaborate trap and that Still, there was the chance this was all an elaborate trap and that Hosmal and Anshel were about to jump him at any time. Still, there was the chance this was all an elaborate trap and that Hosmal... Fuck me. Still, there was the chance this was all an elaborate trap and that Hosmal and Anshel were about to jump. Still, there was the chance this was all an... Still, there was the chance this was all an elaborate trap and that Hosmal and Anshel were about to jump him at any time. Oh, sorry guys, I just noticed something. jump him at any time. The Dungeon Lord felt as if someone had swapped his spine for a steel rod, and his shoulders were a singular knot of nervous energy. An ambush at this point is...
An ambush at this point is not likely,
Kess whispered in his imagination with the calm voice she used during training.
Varon had way better moments to pull off a trap. Besides, no sane monarch would risk his own life in a military operation against a foe that could kill him in an instant.
Ed studied Varon's precise strides. Was the man sane? Ed studied Varon's precise strides. Was the man sane? Was the man sane?
This is the place.
We watched it in theaters, the three of us. Alex, Helen, and me, back when it came out. Those are your parents' names, by the way. Wanting to see how you...
This is the place.
Varon said, halting. He stood in front of a two-story... Damn it. Varon said, halting. He stood in front of a two-story suburban house with a trimmed front lawn and a clean picket fence. A line of shrubbery gave the yellow wooden walls a hint of style. Closed curtains kept prying eyes from stealing a glance inside.
Ring any bells?
Ring any bells?
Is it supposed to? Ed asked, his voice carefully neutral. There were no flashes of recognition, no nostalgic flashbacks. He did not know how he was supposed to feel.
I don't know,
Varon said honestly. He produced an old keychain and pushed the fence door open. The fence door, the gate. The gate open. He produced an old keychain and pushed the gate open.
You are very young, but the extent of objectivity's reach is hard to predict.
Ed followed the older man to the entrance. Varon fiddled with the keychain for a moment, and then Ed was glancing into a shadowy entryway. His fingers twitched, demanding the familiar weight of a blade. If there was going to be an ambush, it would happen inside a controlled secondary location. Varon headed in and flicked on a light switch on his way. Okay, let's see here. Maybe that's part of it, Ed thought. King Varon's character sheet was different from... Is it supposed to? Ed, no flashes of recognition. He produced an old keychain and... Ed followed the old...
I don't know,
Varon said honestly. Taking sound effects notes, guys. Ed followed the older man to the entrance. Varon used an old keychain and pushed the gate open. Varon headed in and flicked on a light switch on his way. It would happen inside a controlled secondary location. Varon headed in and flicked on a light switch on his way.
I bought the place some time ago from the family that got it after your parents' disappearance. They made some renovations, but it's mostly like I remember it.
There was not a dash of hostility coming from him. Ed had seen the man's character sheet. Varon simply didn't strike Ed as someone capable or even willing to pull off a trick like that. Still, he hesitated with one foot past the doorway, the source of his indecision having nothing to do with Varon and a possible trap. He was standing on a beige mat. "Welcome home," it claimed in big, bold letters. No angry inquisitors jumped at him from the coat closet or rushed out from under the dinner table. The place was affably quiet, without the hidden tension that implied someone lurking in the shadows. A warm beam of golden light streamed from a back window into a cozy, unassuming kitchen. Ed passed a finger across the length of a wooden breakfast table. A flower pot rested on top, and next to it was a framed picture of a family of 4. They were all strangers, the previous owners of the place. Any signs of his former life, if there were any, Ed mused, were long gone by now. While Varon watched over a coffee pot that boiled in the kitchen, Ed meandered around the living room, a deep frown creasing his forehead. Where was the expected flashback? There was precious little he could remember of his childhood, and most of the memories were fragments anyway. A loud vacuum cleaner going back and forth through a carpet. Perhaps this very same one. Young Ed peeking into the home office where both his parents worked in the evenings, and walking toward the pair of bulky, state-of-the-art white desktop computers as the CRT monitors stared at him like a pair of cyclops. A failed attempt to boot Rogue in the nearly gibberish MS-DOS commands he'd seen his father use, only managing to smear the keyboard with hands sticky with jelly. Next, his father carrying him out of the office, annoyed but not really, while his mother laughed in the background. She had a young laugh, clear and bright, like the sharpness of waking up in a warm summer morning. Clear and bright, like the sharpness of waking up on a warm summer... Clear and bright, like the sharpness of waking up on a summer morning. She had a young laugh, clear and bright, like the sharpness of waking up on a... She had a young laugh, clear and bright, like the sharpness of waking up on a Sunday... Warm summer morning! She had a young laugh, clear and bright, like the sharpness of waking up on a warm summer morning to the smell of freshly ground coffee. And then nothing. Present time, Ed cleaned sweat from his forehead. One day, like any other, the front door had opened. One day, like any other, the front door had opened. Plane. I think planes should all stop while I'm narrating, just in case they're going to fly over my house. Oh, I forgot. There we go. And someone texted me. Alright, that's Andy. It opened. Uncle Robert, an unmarried man that Ed had seen once or twice when his parents hosted neighborhood barbecues, had strolled in without announcing himself, a grim expression on his lips that young Edward Wright had been too young to understand, but that even before the man spoke had filled the kid with dread. "You're staying with me for a while," Robert had said. "Your parents went on a trip and haven't come back. We are looking for them. Come on, kid. I'll help you pack a bag." I'll help you pack a bag. Alex and Helen Wright never returned. Alex and Helen Wright never returned from their trip. Robert was a career soldier, a man... Robert was a career soldier, a man with a terrible temper. He screamed at the cable repairman. He screamed at the cable repairman, bullied door-to-door salesmen, and muttered profanities at the TV newscasters when he thought Ed was asleep. But he had never taken it out on the kid. One day, after young Ed had returned with a bloody nose from a minor playground scuffle, Robert had taken one look at him and sighed. 5 minutes later, he was patching Ed up with alcohol and gauze. 5 minutes later, he was patching Ed up with alcohol and gauze. His movements were precise, but tough. Ed wanted to whine, but hadn't. What happened? "What happened?" his uncle had asked calmly as he worked. "Who started it?" Present Ed hadn't the foggiest idea, and young Ed likely hadn't been able to remember as well.
"I've no idea, sir,"
he had said.
"But I sure as hell ended it."
Again came that strange sigh from Uncle Robert. "That's the Wright's temper right there, kid," Robert had told him after he was done patching Ed up. "I got it from your grandfather, but it skipped over your dad." We hoped Helen's genes would mellow you out, but it still seems like you caught it." Young Ed had understood very little of that. He was hungry and wondering if he could manage to skip a grounding to go get burgers. "You'll need to make a choice soon enough, kid. Not today, but soon. You either let the anger fester and take hold of you like it did my father." Robert's eyes clouded, as if recalling old pains and beatings. Or you learn to rein it in and put it towards something constructive. Growing up, I had Alex to help me out, and then I learned discipline as a professional. But you, well, you'll need something. Helen hated firearms, though maybe the military isn't a bad fit for you after all. You'll need something. You'll need something. Helen hated firearms, though maybe the military isn't a bad fit for you after all. But we'll have time to figure that out as we go along. We've got some time, and there's some growing up you need to do first. Did you? I almost did say gaze. Oh, that's a good idea, Mr. Jenner. He suggested an anti-aircraft battery outside my studio. Done! That's a solid investment. I like how Scraw spelled gaze, like... It's gauze, so it's spelled G-U-A-Z-E, but, you know, my brain saw it as G-A-Z-E, but I like where Scraw went. It's funny. We've got some time, and there's some growing up you need to do first. Scraw is like, did you almost summon the gaze? Sorry. Then he had playfully nudged Ed in the arm. Fuck. Sorry. Fuck hell. Then he had playfully nudged Ed in the arm, and that had been the end of that. As it turned out, they hadn't had that much time anyway. They were together for less than 3 years, time enough for Ed to remember him fondly, but enough time for the advice, the important lesson Robert had tried to cultivate in Ed, to take a firm hold in his psyche, especially with the But not enough time, I should say. Time enough for Ed to remember him fondly, but not enough time for the advice, the important lesson Robert had tried to cultivate in Ed, to take a firm hold in his psyche, especially with the hormonal havoc puberty would wreak. Time enough for Ed to remember him fondly, but not enough time for the advice, the important lesson Robert had tried to cultivate in Ed, to take a firm hold in his psyche, especially with the hormonal havoc puberty would wreak through his subconsciousness. Havoc puberty would wreak through his subconsciousness. Havoc puberty would wreak, damn it, especially with the hormonal havoc. Time enough for Ed to remember him fondly, but not enough time for the advice, the important lesson Robert had tried to cultivate in Ed, to take a firm hold in his psyche, especially with the hormonal havoc puberty. Time enough for Ed to remember him fondly, but not enough time for the advice, the important lesson Robert had tried to cultivate in Ed, to take a firm hold in his psyche, especially with the hormonal havoc puberty would wreak through his subconscious. Life was what life was. Robert had died in a car accident, and after him, no relative had showed up to take care of the growing Ed Wright. And after him, Robert had died in a car accident, and after him, no relative had shown up to take care of the growing Ed Wright, who had spent the remainder of his youth navigating through the foster care system and all that entailed. Robert had died in a car accident, and after him, no relative had shown up to take care of the growing Ed Wright, who had spent the remainder of his youth navigating through the foster care system and all that entailed. The memories of those times were a garbled mess. Angry foster parents, split lips and broken noses, and running away from teenagers with knives looking for him by the exit of public high school. Angry foster parents, split lips and broken noses, and running away from teenagers with knives looking for him by the exit of the public high school. There was also waiting away the evenings. Excuse me. There was also waiting away the evenings inside the local public library, which kept around a couple busted computers and offered kids free programming courses. There, he had learned how to input DOS commands, and then he had kept at it. There, he had learned how to input DOS commands, and then he had kept at it. Some lines of code, and then, like magic, the words, "Hello, world," had appeared on the screen as if summoned from the void. It was as if Ed were a powerful wizard instead of a broke teenager with an attitude problem and no future in sight. Computers had been his first escape, his first portal to a fantasy world, which was a refuge from some of life's cruel realities. When he was old enough to join the military, he had instead put himself through computer science in community college. He had finally found that something Robert had hinted at years before.
Make a little adjustment to my microphone, guys. 1 sec.
There we go. Years before. In a way, it was as if Robert Wright had been speaking not to the kid in front of him at the kitchen table that day, but to adult Ed. Somehow, just by giving a bit of a damn about... Somehow, just by giving a bit of a damn about a boy that really needed him, the man had managed to travel to a time past his death for an instant, a feat that not even the most powerful of spellcasters could manage. They must have talked about it, Ed realized. My parents and Robert. He could almost see them, the three of them sitting in some local pub, the two new proud parents pouring their hearts out over beers about their new child, their fears, and their hopes for his future. He dropped down into a sofa in the living room. He dropped down onto a sofa in the living room, his chest a mixture of conflicting emotions he had until now. He dropped down onto a sofa in the living room, his chest a mixture of conflicting emotions he had until now considered dead and buried. An instant later, Varon appeared, carrying 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee. He offered one. He offered one to Ed.
At first, it was a great idea, Varon began. Summoning champions from other worlds to our aid against the eternal struggle against the dark. A foreign hero on an unknown plane is a constant risk. You know that well enough. So he'll grow in experience points far faster than a local counterpart.
Lazy Baker asks, do you no longer stream on Discord? I do, but when I'm doing cold reads, I just, There we go. When I'm doing cold reads, I just stream. I don't stream to Discord. So it's only after cold reads that I go there.
Counterpart. Objectivity is far more lenient to them as well, at least at first. They have access to strange talents, and because they start building their character sheets at an older age, they can afford to specialize. And sometimes they bring with them knowledge that revolutionizes our industry, or society, or warfare. However, if a war lasts long enough, there is no reason the other side won't co-opt your side's fancy discoveries, which is exactly what Murmur did regarding our ways. The problem is, deities plan and act on the span of thousands of years, Edward. By the time the boatman summoned you as champion to bolster the Dark's ranks after the massacre of Evros, the Light had countless generations recording exactly why doing that is a disastrous idea for everyone involved.
The current ruler of Halegees gave Ed a bleak look.
There are 2 rules the kings of old followed when dealing with summoned champions, he went on. Call upon them to fulfill a single goal only, and then immediately return them back whence they came.
Ed raised an eyebrow.
That's the same advice warlocks give when summoning fiends. That's the same advice warlocks give when summoning fiends.
Most of the time, that was followed by a clause where the warlock refused to take any responsibility for what happened after.
Exactly, Varon said. Fail to heed those warnings, and disaster often follows, in the shape of a rampant, murderous demon, or even worse. A powerful foreigner that just went through a crash course in the horrors of war and has ideas about reforming our society without stopping to think about the unforeseen consequences of their actions.
Well, that's the most eloquent way someone has ever compared me to a demon.
Well,
that's the most eloquent way someone has ever compared me to a demon, Ed said. He had enough fiends working for him in the haunt to take the attempted insult in stride. But there's a bit of a difference between a devil knight going on a rampage through a village and someone bringing modern farming techniques to the starving countryside. Varon shuffled in his seat.
I'm sure the Spaniard conquerors thought the same when they disembarked into the New World. The locals, however, probably wouldn't agree.
Oh, just great. A morality tale, Ed said, fighting the urge to massage his temple. Your Majesty conveniently forgot he's leading a war over control of a subjugated kingdom as we speak. Well, I haven't forgotten. How about we go ask the Steravosi what they fucking think about colonialism? How about we go ask the Steravosi what they fucking think about colonialism? Varon stiffened. Kings, never mind. Kings, never mind whatever special upbringing they had, probably weren't used to being spoken to. Kings, never mind whatever special upbringing they had, probably weren't used to being spoken to so crudely. Ed did not care. Too much good blood had been spilled. While this aging noble sat on a cushioned throne. However, instead of growing angry, Varon slumped forward, gloomy, as if haunted by an old shame.
My apologies. I did not make myself clear. I was speaking about me, Edward, not you.
He gave a weak smile.
Of course, the Dark would not heed the warnings when summoning you. A blatant disregard for common sense is the Dark's calling card, after all. But I should have known better. This all happened because I did not heed the warnings of my ancestors. Because I thought I knew better.
My parents. Ed said. He narrowed his eyes. If the reason Varon was so ashamed was because he had gotten Ed's family deleted. If the reason Varon was so ashamed was because he had gotten Ed's family deleted by objectivity, the Dungeon Lord would... He stopped that train of thought, for he could tell... He narrowed his eyes. If the reason Varon was so ashamed was because he had gotten Ed's family deleted by objectivity, the Dungeon Lord would... He stopped that train of thought, for he could tell a dangerous eldritch ember danced in his eye.
During the reign of my father, the late King Varon, came the time of the last great and terrible Dungeon Lords, and we had little in our arsenal to stop them. Did your bard ever tell you the tale? The Silver Knights were falling apart, Edward, pulled in all directions, especially toward Vros and Sephar in the south. Vros. Is it Vros?
Let's see. Vros... against each other. A dusky cloud emerged from the impact, thick splotches of blood and gore falling onto the thirsting sands. Somewhere under the stands, a spell Chapter 27.
Onions here will kill you.
Ed raised an eyebrow. I guess I'm building up a reputation, he thought.
though he said nothing.
Don't step any closer.
Vanes warned the assassins, and they seemed to listen to her, although Ed couldn't see their expressions beneath the hoods. Despite all the blood pouring out of her wounds, the Lady of Vross still looked fearsome,
Vross, okay.
standing so straight it seemed as if her spine was made out of...
Especially toward Vross and Sephar in the south. We needed a summoned hero, but we had stopped that particular custom after the Third Civil War started by one such champion. He shook his head. Summoned champions are great at facing the dark, but they also bring terrible consequences. Famines, diseases, even wars of succession. Some of the blood running through my veins and the veins of plenty of noble Haligian houses comes from Earth, Edward, and most of it wasn't received cheerfully into our bloodlines. So, instead of risking the kingdom, my father opted for a third option. He sent me, his second son, to apprentice in Earth's colleges, a sort of inverse champion, if you will. Only instead of acquiring great power and risking Murmur's corrupting influence, I was only to bring back knowledge. Because an Ivalian surely would know better how to employ such alien ways for the good of the realm. He closed his hand into a fist without realizing it. That's what I believed. What I persuaded him to believe. What I persuaded him to believe. And so my family reactivated their ancient trust funds over this world. Identity papers were acquired, influences traded, and I studied political science that very year in one of the best universities a pile of gold can get one accepted into. One of the best universities a pile of gold can get one accepted into. Political science. Man, talk about missing the mark. Political science. Man, talk about missing the mark. Political science. Ed said dryly. Silently, he thanked his luck that the Haligian nobility hadn't thought to send their protege over to study something actually dangerous, like military engineering, biochemistry, or even worse, law. Varon grinned. Yes, I realized our mistake very fast. But it makes sense, doesn't it? Of course, the ruling class believes that politics is the most useful sort of knowledge. He shrugged, in any case. Personally, those were the best days of my life. Everything was new and marvelous. New flavors, strange and incredible clothes, terrifying armaments, and centuries of political philosophy that danced jigs around our humble theological monarchy. Sure, those dances often ended in a handful of broken legs, but even in your disasters, Earth is spectacular. Sure, those dances often ended in a handful of broken legs, but even in your disasters, Earth is spectacular. Thousands of years of literature, mathematics, music, arts. He shook his head. If summoned champions experienced half the wonder I felt during my first year, it was no wonder they always refused to return home. Ed bit back a remark, not counting the near constant risk of death. That was pretty much how he felt about Ivalice. Talcum and processed sugar were incredible inventions. And cheap aluminium tableware would have bankrupted many Ivalian trading guilds. Automobiles were like horseless carriages, only much faster. The applications of such things were easy to grasp, but computers mystified me. They lack any counterpart in my world. Even the archaic punch cards my professor still used seemed to me beyond the grasp of even the wisest archmage. It was clear that computers held many secrets which could advance the cause of the light, if only I could understand them. So I did the obvious thing and took a class. It was held by a young woman looking to make some extra cash. Your mother, Helen. I was her worst student by far, worse even than a child. Helen and her boyfriend, Alex, another programmer, took me in as a kind of charity project. Actually, I never ended getting the... I never ended up getting the hang of the damn things, despite my best efforts. I never ended up... So, I relied on them as sort of unaware consultants for the Legion project. Eventually, they started to suspect my constant hypothetical questions were more than just material for a Dungeons and Dragons campaign designed by a spoiled kid. We were close friends, about to graduate in each of our respective fields. I'd learned about machine guns, mustard gas, and the atomic bomb, and was, at least, wise enough not to unleash those particular demons into Ivalice. Then my father and my brother, the heir to the throne, died on the shores of Ross, leading the Silver Knights in a brave charge against Lord Heinz's hordes, backed by his terrifying sister. Haligis earned a bloody victory, and without wanting it, I found myself king. And my time on Earth was at an end, as was my youth. So you told my parents the truth. Varon shook his head. I showed them the truth. They never would have believed me otherwise. We spent a weekend in Elytra. Not the most luxurious travel expense the Crown has ever sponsored, but close. He took a sip of his coffee and grinned like a child. The royal accountant was pissed, and Alex and Helen, they were sold on everything. My vision, us working together to save the world, both worlds, in fact. Drunk with youth and Earth's ways, I thought I would be the first king in history to put a stop to the ravages of the dark. The modern artificial heroes that keep Lotia in check? Varon made a dismissive wave with his hand. It was supposed to be nothing, just the first experiment of many. We were to build utopia, the three of us, magic and technology combined into a new thing. No more hunger, no more sickness, no more war. Eventually we planned to share our creations with Earth so they could benefit as well from our discoveries. A golden age to put all golden ages to shame. The creation of an empire of reason that would last forever. Helen dreamed of exploring the Ivalian stars without the need of a spacesuit. Those were the kind of dreams we thought were possible.
He paused to nod at Ed's disbelieving expression.
We were younger than you are now, Edward. But our plan was not without foundation. You see, if I introduced machine guns to the army, in less than 10 years we would have Devil Knights armed with their own. But computers? How could computers possibly ever harm anyone?
Ed held back a wince. By his calculations, Varon's tale had happened around the end of the Cold War.
Our plan was to build something so complex the Dark would never have a shot at figuring it out. Overwhelming advantage. That was Phase 1, Edward.
King Varon's expression sobered, as if he had grown 10 years in a single memory.
We never got around to Phase 2.
The dungeon lord's throat went dry. Back during the fight for Constantina, he had found a revolver and a laptop in the possession of a dead Inquisitor. Now he knew about their former owners. All this time, the truth had been right in front of him, and yet he never could have found out.
Objectivity got to them, he realized in cold horror. That's why I couldn't remember their names. Phase 1 was a huge success. Tireless warriors, tailor-made to fight, every single point of experience set on destroying the servants of the Dark, and because of their inner workings and safety measures, Lotia had no chance at reverse engineering them. It took us years to build them. Your parents worked mostly from Earth, with sporadic trips to Ivalice. They secured funds for Pantheon, set the servers up, conceived you. Myself, in the meantime, now King of Halegees, I was the first in generations to see a countryside free from Dungeon Lord Scourge. Lady Vanes and her survivors retreated to Lotia with their tail between their legs. Nowadays, vampires are all but distant memories in my homeland. Wraiths, devil knights, and werewolves became but tales mothers used to scare their children, or success stories the recruiters tell to inspire boys into joining the militant church.
Okay, so this chapter is full of spoilers, though, right?
Church.
If Ed's informants were right, at some point the gold supply had dried out, sometime concurrent with the fall of the lordship. If Haron had summoned Ed into Ivalice after waiting 10 more years, perhaps the heroic problem would have sorted itself out. He doubted, however, that any god other than... Ooh, Oinus? It's like anus with an oi.
Chapter 6. Word. The white bone rose in the space between. Carmack the thief flashed Alder a confident smile. He had a
Dude, I
phalanges
totally
bone
forgot
in
about
his hand,
this music.
bleached white and carved with a small, non-magical glyph. More bones, all from the same hell chicken's knuckle, were spread on an outside table between them.
Pay close attention, friend Alder,
Carmack said.
I'll do it slowly so you get a chance to figure it out.
Alder bent forward over the table, careful not to blink. Give it your best shot, he said. He didn't need to use his empathy talent to know Carmack was about to cheat. The thief had admitted as much. They sat on a small open pavilion in a public park. Local flowery fields perfumed the air, and tall Sterovosi trees provided shade from the sun. The noise of children playing mixed with music of flutes and harps. Men and women strolled around the pavilion, taking a couple hours of rest from their busy schedules, made busier still by Undercity's ever-constant demands to improve the city defenses. A half-finished stone
This is what we
wall
used for the
slowly grew
theme.
in the distance, one of Ed's several initiatives to make the city harder to invade. Since the Dungeon Lord's drones weren't as effective on land as they were underground, humans handled the walls, while Ed focused on turning the infamous catacombs under the city into a deadly dungeon that could also host most of the citizens during an emergency.
Here I go,
Carmack said, and threw the knuckle upward. The white bone rose in the space between Alder and Carmack, and right as it began its descent, the thief swiped half the knuckles on the table using the same hand he had used to throw the first bone. Then, before it hit the table, he caught it with the same movement. Alder studied the thief's open hand, then the table where the remaining bones lay. The rules were very simple. You won by having more knuckle bones than your opponent, could only use one hand, and you could only keep those if you caught the first one before it hit the table. Winning the game fairly, though, was not why the thieves
need magic.
caught was worth 3. Later, the loser had to buy the winner as many rounds of booze as the difference in the scores had been. Carmack claimed it was a fun, simple way to build up their sleight-of-hand skills, and had been trying to teach Alder the thieving basics whenever the bard had some free time. The bard and the thief had kindred character builds, they had realized, with Alder's high charm making him a natural face for a con, and his illusions a powerhouse at creating distractions or tricking a target.
Oh, the bone. For example, when you looked down to your pocket, I stole another 2.
He showed Alder the pair of white knuckles, rolling them through his own open fingers.
Like with women, it's all about timing.
As if you would know.
Pris said. She was standing with her back against a pavilion's beam nearby, her gaze focused on a park bench a stone's throw away, where a young, black-haired acolyte of Oinus chatted amiably with...
Thank you. Got it. He doubted, however, that any god other than Oinus had the faintest idea or cared about state economics. What happened then? He asked. What happened to my parents? I don't know, Varon said. He paused and took a deep breath. No one remembers. Phase 2? We must have started it at some point. Objectivity intervened. Whatever we wished to do would have had terrible and unforeseen consequences in the long term. A breach of the rules that govern reality. See, objectivity is our world's defense mechanism, its immune system. To prevent annihilation, objectivity removes threats inside of Ivolus. At some point, our vision of the future became an existential threat.
And just like that, our dream ended.
I don't know. Very.
Outside, the sky was dark and without stars, making the moon look like the milky eye of a dead god. Ed could feel the weight of the day's events in his bones, tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical exertion. He wanted not to think for a while. He took another sip of coffee and realized with dismay his metabolism talent had probably turned caffeine ineffective. Unforeseen consequences, eh? Unforeseen consequences, eh? The man in front of him seemed 1,000 times more tired than he was, likely because he shouldered the weight of an entire country, Ed ventured. How do you even remember them at all? Ed asked, breaking the long silence that had set in the house like an uninvited guest.
I don't. Not really. I'm only able to remember your parents while I'm on Earth, Varon said. Specifically, when I'm away from objectivity. It took me years to piece events together. Peace.
me years.
Bus or garbage truck or something. God damn it. We need anti-aircraft. I wonder how effective an anti-aircraft battery would be at killing trucks or buses on the street. Like, can they angle that far down?
It took me years. It took me years to piece events together, all from third parties, and yet I forget it all again whenever I return home. Over the years, I put together a diary with all I found out, or the parts that are safe to know at least. Reading it is the first thing I do whenever I pay a visit to Pantheon, but in the meantime, I'm clueless.
There was an apologetic edge to his voice that puzzled Ed.
It took me several years to realize that Helen and Alex had had a child, and by the time I found out, you were already living on your own. I believed you'd be all right if you were left in ignorance. I'd learned my lesson, or so I thought. But, of course, fate has an accursed sense of humor, doesn't it? You found your way to Ivalice on your own, seduced by the dark, which was perhaps attracted to you by the lingering smell of Ivalice near you. This is just another way my sins come back to haunt me. But I never discovered that the Wraith of Steros was the same boy made an orphan because of my pride. Not until both of us found ourselves away from objectivity. Until now. So, you came to face Lord Wraith, and found me instead. Rumor said the summoned Dungeon Lord was back on Earth, Varon explained. Obviously, Pantheon would be one of his targets, since among the Halegians only I know enough about this world to guard Pantheon effectively. I came myself to defend my work, along with 2 Silver Knights. You know the rest. I read the diary, put 2 and 2 together, and realized my mistake. I've kept Anshel and Hasmol on as tight a leash as I can over the past few months, postponing my return home and waiting till the right time to reveal the truth to you, Edward. Of course, the Dark had other ideas. I suspect that Ryan Randall showing up today was not random. They are trying to speed up your return.
Ed let out a long breath. It was a lot to take in all at once, and yet part of him had always known there was something missing with himself, like a puzzle without the last 2 pieces. King Varon had brought those with him. For the first time in a long time, Ed felt like Edward Wright more than Lord Wraith. King Varon had brought those with him. For the first time in a long time, Ed felt like Edward Wright more than... For the first time in a long time, Ed felt like Edward Wright more than Lord Wraith. During one of their first meetings, Haron had teased him about how easily Ed had taken to Ivalice and his new role in the world. During one of their first meetings, Haron had teased him about how easily Ed had taken to Ivalice and his new role in the world. How much had the boatman known? A jolt of anger flared in Ed's chest. He now had one more reason to kill the demigod someday, if he ever got the chance. Perhaps Sephar could take out just one of the gods he hated so much. Perhaps Sephar could take out just one of the gods he hated so much. "So, what happens now?" he asked King Varon, who was quite probably the very reason he had met Haron in the first place. The other man straightened his back.
"Now, we stop this senseless war."
Perhaps it was a trick of the light. Perhaps it was a trick of the light, but Varon suddenly appeared less a middle-aged academic and more the last member of a long line of royalty.
"We've done more than enough damage, you and I. No more. Let us work together against the dark, renounce the lordship, stay here on Earth, build a new identity, and take up the work your parents left unfinished. I think it's no coincidence you turned up a programmer like your parents before you. I'll give you Pantheon, so you can make right what once went wrong."
A flash of memory jumped at the front of Ed's mind like a firecracker going off. The third future, he thought. It was the last option the Shadow Tarot had shown him, the only fate where he could avoid the corruption of power and create something good and true for the world. On that card, Ed had worked with two men to control an improved version of the heroes that avoided the senseless loss of innocent lives produced by the current iteration. One of those men had been Galio. The third, Ed realized, had been a younger version of this man in front of him. It could work. Leading Pantheon, with Halagi's resources at his disposal along with the Factory of Nightmares, Ed's heroes would be like modern tanks facing a group of Neanderthals with sticks. Sephar would not stand a chance. If Ed accepted Varon's offer, he would win the bet he'd made against Murmur right at the start of his adventure. Straight up. Perhaps he would get his heart back. Or maybe even Haron's head. This was all Ed wanted. Wasn't it? Finally, someone from the other side had stopped pontificating about the dark and the light and holy burnings for a moment. King and Dungeon Lord could just sit down at the table and figure things out, like rational people. Finally, he thought, a win condition. Part of Ed warned him that things seemed too good to be true. Things that seemed too good to be true rarely were. That was Lord Edward's voice, the man with a cursed skeletal hand and a heart that was a fragment of the god of dungeons himself. That voice spoke from experience. But on Earth, things were different. Weren't they? Lord Wraith, the murderous dungeon lord persona that people had built around him, seemed farther away than ever. It was as if the man and the dungeon lord were different persons, and one had remained on Ivolus. "What about my friends?" Ed asked. "There are many that tossed their lot in with me. Most aren't welcome in the Netherworld, and I won't leave them out to dry."
"We'll think of something," Varon said. "I'll pay out of my own pocket so that your closest allies, those loyal to you and not the dark, are sent to Earth. Let them become the foundation of Pantheon's new management. As for the rest, a few admirals and Sterovos' naval blockade owe me a few favors. They may be persuaded to look the other way if your minions wish to escape to Lotia,
or wherever they desire.
Oh, thanks, Blind Justice. I appreciate it. Hey, Matt's Fantasy Book Reviews. Good to see you, man. Any fun weekend plans? Nothing specific. I'm finally getting a haircut this weekend, that's for sure. Look at it. Look at this. Look at how much I got here. It's probably gonna take it to like here. I'm gonna cut that much off. Yeah, just get prettied up for JordanCon, the Robert Jordan convention. It's happening next week in Atlanta. So, what about you, Matt?
Or wherever they desire.
How much money I've saved? Oh, from not getting a haircut. Yeah, right. It may have been like almost a year since I've had a haircut.
Or wherever they desire.
And Steros, can you stop the war? Can you stop the war? Send the army home? Kids sports. I coach 2 teams, so it's always a busy weekend. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. I'm going to guess soccer and basketball. Varon hesitated only a moment. T-ball and softball. Okay, I'm sort of half right, almost. Oh, holy crap. That's cool, though. Get her into martial arts. Get 'em young. Varon hesitated only a moment.
That is difficult. I'm not a tyrant or a dungeon lord, and my will is not absolute. There's the militant church to deal with, as well as the nobility. They all push for occupying Steros, each with their own reasons, and you haven't exactly made things easier on your end. I do not possess the political capital to stop short all those interests already in motion. However,
he opened his palm and aimed it Ed's way.
What I can do is make sure the Sterovosi are treated fairly once this is all over. I'll blame the insurrection on a rebellion sponsored by Lord Wraith and hang the figureheads all along the roads from Constantina to Galtia. The bards will even sing of the Wraith's last stand against the forces of good. I'm sure we can get a bandit to play a convincing part. Bards love to embellish.
Hanging men that had taken up arms because of Ed in the first place left an awful taste in his mouth. However, he also knew enough about the way the militant church operated to understand that Varon's terms were more than fair. They were lenient from a Haligian point of view. It was the best offer Ed was likely to get from the regent, and only because Ed was the offspring of Varon's departed friends and the monarch felt guilty for their demise. They were lenient from a Haligian point of view. It was the best offer Ed was likely to get from the regent, and only because Ed was the offspring of Varon's departed friends and the monarch felt guilty for their demise. He wondered what Gallio would have to say about a choice like that. To condemn a few hundred to save thousands. If I take too long deciding and he returns to Ivolus, he'll forget most of the motivations for his offer. The next one won't be as magnanimous.
This is a huge amount to take in, Varon said, maybe reading Ed's expression. We've talked long enough for one day. Talk it over with Inquisitor Gallio. He's a good person, and I'm sure his advice will be sound. Then the three of us can meet and draft some documents."
He stood up.
"Stay here all you like. There's an attic upstairs. The last owners left there some of your parents' belongings. Take a look while you think things over."
He picked up his coat and his umbrella, then threw Ed one last gaze.
"I see much of Alex and Helen in you, despite all the Dark's attempts to corrupt their legacy. I'm sure you'll make them proud. Do the right thing, Edward."
Cobwebs grew along the long, shadowy corners of the attic, and a patina of dust covered dusty sheets draped around. Cobwebs grew along the long, shadowy corners of the attic, and a patina Cobwebs grew along the long, shadowy corners of the attic, and dust-covered sheets draped around ghostly shapes. The attic, and dust. A bookshelf devoured by termites stood next to a cradle. Boxes full of toys grew like wild shrubbery, and a naked, one-eyed dolly. Boxes full of toys grew like wild shrubbery, and a naked, one-eyed dolly stood on lonely watch above an empty shelf. Ed stood in the middle of it all, basking in the silence, drinking from a fountain of memories of a childhood that didn't belong to him. His family was gone. He'd made his peace with that a long time ago. Picking at the scar now would surely risk opening the wound all over again. Their names were Alex and Helen, he thought. Alex and Helen. For a while now, the names had refused to leave his mind, as if the persons they had belonged to could gain solidity by sheer repetition, as if he could grasp them back from oblivion by force of will. He sighed, grateful no one was watching. Other than Nibbler, that was. He steeled himself and set one of the boxes down. Like an archaeologist sifting through sections of a dig, he dove into strangers' pasts in order to search for the bit that was his own. 50 minutes later, he sat on the wooden floorboards with a medium-sized box in his hands. It had been cleaned recently. By Varon's hand, no doubt. First, he brought out a framed picture, yellowed by age. Some kind of liquid, coffee, maybe, had spilled around the corners, but the image was clear enough to make out. A proud young couple stood in the garden of their new home, the woman carrying a blue bundle of cloth. Alexander Wright had been a tall man, thin and lanky, as if a huge growth spur had happened. Alexander Wright had been a tall man, thin and lanky, as if a huge growth spurt had happened suddenly sometime during puberty and he never quite got the hang of it. His face was long and sharp, with wrinkles around his lips. He wore a thick set of glasses held together by tape, a cardigan over a white shirt, and trousers a tad too wide for his frame. One arm was draped around his wife's shoulders, the other flashed a set of heavy metal horns. One arm was draped around his wife's shoulders, the other flashed a set of heavy metal horns to the camera. His demeanor was relaxed, that of a nerd who had survived high school to grow into himself and find a man's confidence. Helen Wright was shorter than her husband, but with the frame of an athlete and a bright smile. How did those two end up together? Ed wondered. A story developed in his imagination. The lonely nerd and the bright all-star gal finding common ground despite society's expectations, just like in the romantic movies of their time. Or something like that. She wore a blue sundress and a polka-dotted shawl around her
She wore a blue sundress and a polka-dotted shawl around her shoulders. Ed was absolutely certain it had been a gift from her husband. She held her baby in a way that seemed as if she was about to twirl. The fabric of Ed's hoodie rippled as Nibbler stirred uneasily, perhaps confused by the taste of Ed's blood as a flurry of emotions pumped a mixture of chemicals into the dungeon lord's veins. Ed stashed the picture inside his curse wing for safekeeping, then dove further into the contents of the box. He found an old Popular Mechanics magazine, half soaked in the same liquid as the picture, about a dozen floppy disks stored in a plastic box, an old cardigan moths had long ago turned into a rag, and a book, The Illustrated Man by Ray Bradbury, which Ed fed to Nibbler as well. He stood up and massaged his legs. He hadn't said a word out loud in hours. He held the floppy disks and studied them with a raised eyebrow. They had dates for labels.
I wonder, just how much does King Varon know about computers?
If Varon and his parents had gone to college at around the same time, and Varon's teachers still used punch cards, then these relatively more recent floppy disks could hold the early drafts of the Wright's Hero Project, and Varon had no idea. If that was the case, all that Ed needed was the right hardware to access his parents' life work, and as luck would have it, he knew of a place that for sure kept such old computers around. That was as good a place as any for a long overdue reunion. Varon's offer could wait. Beam! That is a chapter. A long, awesome chapter.
Wah! Wah!
Oh, shit. What have I dropped? Maybe I didn't drop anything? Maybe it just... that? I don't know. Worked on... I've been narrating for an hour and 45 minutes, and I've gotten through one chapter and a couple pages. Okay, how long is chapter 13? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Too many pages. All right. We'll start a new set now. Fuck the king, dark for life. That's what Lauder Gaming said. Chapter 13. To aid a dungeon lord. Moonlight streamed through the broken window of the dilapidated store. The sense of intrusion Ed had felt in the attic had inverted. He recognized each shelf and aisle, even in almost complete darkness, although the bulky fax machines and overpriced printers had given way to broken-down cardboard boxes and overturned shopping carts. The dungeon lord glanced at his battered watch. Witching hour, a devil's favorite. About as good a time as it got to catch up with old friends. A papier-mâché laser shark hung from the ceiling, right above a salt circle into which Ed stood while he brought the tip of his little finger up between his teeth. What? A papier-mâché laser shark hung from the ceiling, right above a salt circle into which Ed stood while he brought the tip of his little finger up between his teeth. A bite, a pinch of pain, and a drop of crimson fell upon the center of the grim glyphs around the circle's inner side, dark blood shining in the moonlight like a jewel for an instant before the splash.
Haron, Haron. Haron, 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 Ed intoned. I call upon you. Our contract is over.
There was an instant where Ed wondered, not for the first time, if he was about to bite off more than he could chew. Then the shadows pooled around the hanging laser shark, which swayed madly as if by a non-existent breeze. Darkness chuckled, and a terrible, familiar cold grew in Ed's bones as every magical circuit in his body reacted as... Darkness chuckled, and a terrible, familiar cold grew in Ed's bones as every magical circuit in his body reacted as one to a sudden saturation of a most unholy energy. I need a new button. Dark blood shining in the moonlight like... Crap. Blood shining. A bite, a pinch of pain, and a drop. Dark blood shining in the moonlight like a jewel for an instant before the splash. There was an instant where... Ed wondered, of a most unholy energy.
Summoning me like that. Summoning me like that,
said the cavernous voice of a tomb.
Is wildly presumptuous, Ed. It's a bother I only allow for my closest friends. It's a bother I only allow for my closest friends.
Ink-black shadows poured from the ceiling straight over Ed, who stepped back just in time. In front of him, squarely in the middle of the salt circle, was the grinning visage of Murmur's envoy, Haron the boatman.
And the last time we met, you made it quite clear what you thought of our friendship, didn't you?
Ed held the detestable gaze of those beady black eyes, lifeless and mocking, although it was a monumental effort to keep his knees from shaking. Haron was not an undead demigod like his younger brother, Dolmenak, but something in between life and death, and far worse. Death did not enjoy the suffering of the living. "We were never friends," Ed said. "But tradition dictates both parties are present when a pact between them is declared null." Instead of answering, Haron bent his back like a curious snake and examined the salt glyphs around him. Slowly, he touched a minor formation of evil banishment glyphs. The salt caught in blue flames.
Cute. But most wise warlocks wouldn't... Cute. But most wise warlocks would have remembered to actually stay outside their summoning circle. Not that it would have helped.
Bones cracked as he straightened to face Ed. They were now inches from each other, although the boatman was several heads taller.
Now, what is that nonsense about a void compact?
"The conditions are void,"
You lied to me. The conditions are void. You lied to me. You lied to me. Haron cocked his head in a way no human neck would allow. Haron cocked his head in a way no human neck could allow. Ed, I never lie. Yeah, right. You only omit information, misrepresent the truth, and manipulate perceptions. If you were a politician, you'd have any election in the bag. Ed crossed his arms, trying to use his anger to neuter Haron's fate. Ed crossed his arms, trying to use his anger to neuter Haron's fearsome aura. I just had the strangest day, Haron. I reunited with Ryan, then met the Silver Knights, and finally, I encountered the King of Halegees himself. He had a lot of interesting things to say about my parents, and evidence to boot. He paused for effect. Back when we first met, you claimed Murmur had no hidden agenda for choosing me as candidate for the mantle. Back when we first met, you claimed Murmur had no hidden agenda for choosing me as candidate for the mantle. Yet my parents were summoned heroes. Behind the boatman, another series of glyphs. Behind the boatman, another series of glyphs caught fire. Ed withheld a grimace. So long to Agamadors. So long to Agamadors' hex deflection stratagem. Let's see if I've said this before in the previous book. Probably not. Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay. Stratagem. Haron raised a bony finger. Your parents? What are you Narnia's secret heir now? I've never heard of your old folks, Ed. Yeah, because you forget about them each time you cross the boundary into Ivolus. But while you're on Earth, there's no objectivity to erase your memories if you find out about them. Even if you don't remember right now, I know how you do things, Haron. The child of two enemies of the dark, recruited into the lordship? Why, you must have thought the very idea hilarious. To be fair, that does sound exactly like something I would do. However, your parentage changes nothing. Heroism is not genetic, Ed, and neither is corruption. There's blood on your hands already by your own account. You've killed Inquisitors, Dungeon Lords, monsters, and humans alike.
There's a war about to explode because of you. This is the path you've chosen. It is too late to do anything but follow through till the inevitable, tragic conclusion.
That's where you're wrong. Everything has changed. I'm done, Haron. I'm done playing this game with your father. As he spoke, he realized it was true. His evil eye hadn't manifested even once during this conversation, despite being active almost constantly while in Ivalis. King Varon made me an offer. The first fair offer I've gotten since my arrival in Steros, and I'm going to take it. We'll stop the war and save my friends. We're going to upgrade the heroes. Everything you tried to achieve with me will bite you in the ass. All the murders of the Lordship, all the slavery, all the ritual sacrifices, they are all going to end. I'll even put a stop to the excesses of the light. I'll mellow them out by force if I have to, but I'll do it from here, on Earth, as a mere mortal. So you can tell Murmur to give me back my heart now. About half of the glyphs around Ed and the demigod burst into flame, the ashes dragged away by a gust of non-existent wind. The laser shark store began to melt as the influx of corrupted divine magic. The laser shark store began to melt as the influx of corrupted divine magic started to leak out and erode away at reality. Ed could feel the effects on his body as his defensive talents strained all of a sudden to keep Haron from... Ed could feel the effects on his body as his defensive talents strained all of a sudden to keep Haron from, subconsciously it seemed, unraveling him as well. Unraveling him as well. Ed fought the urge to glance at his watch. If he'd timed this wrong...
Mortals,
Haron said gravely. I'll just get rid of that.
Wrong. Mortals are such an ungrateful lot.
Above Ed, the laser shark roared silently and, blindly, attempted to bite at the air with paper teeth. About half of the glyphs around...
Grateful lot.
Above Ed, the laser shark roared silently.
All the trouble I went through to usher my champion your way so you can return to Ivolus and do your thing. Yet this is your response? A drop of blood, a second-rate magic circle, and an attempt to weasel out of your duties. A virgin's still beating heart would have been a nice gift. It's not like I ask for much. Well, fair enough. If our deal is over, tell me what's stopping me from dragging you, kicking and screaming, into the dungeon dimension and toying with you for the next 1,000 years.
First, that is not what we agreed. Also, you have bigger concerns on your plate at the moment. Did you know Sephar is back from the dead? Somehow he broke ties with the Dark and is trying to destroy every deity at once. Somehow he broke ties with the Dark and is trying to destroy every deity at once. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you?
Ed, are you playing for time? How unseemly. Don't bother. In a moment, your circle will be a memory, and then we'll have all the time in the world.
Haron said, but his constant grin shifted a tad.
This Sephar rumor. It's not the first time my devotees mentioned it. You bought into it too?
He shook his head playfully.
Silly Ed. Dungeon lords dwell forever in Murmur's private halls. Whoever this new fellow is, he's just a running sham, like countless others before him have. If I had a gold coin for every time some mortal swore vengeance upon heavens and hell...
He shrugged.
I would have a lot of coins, I guess. A country can run out of potatoes, but never out of spurned mortals.
This is different, Ed said, playing for time, just like Haron had guessed. Sephar is the real deal. I read the name on his character sheet myself, and he's not a mere mortal anymore. He's allied himself with a third party, neither dark nor light, but something other. This is the last time I help you, Haron. Consider it a freebie. Take Sephar seriously. Most of the outer lines of Ed's circle had turned to ash. Reality and dream started to become one. The cardboard boxes spiraled through the air like leaves caught in the breeze, and the paper laser shark had broken out of its rope to swim after them, their corners barely dodging its snaps. Ed could feel the world around him, inside him, lose cohesion. Haron seemed now taller than ever, a tower made out of long limbs and cruel smiles. His eyes shone in the distance like twin lamplights.
Duly noted. Here's what happens now, Edward. We're going to play a game... We're going to play a long game called Learning to Respect Good Old Haron. Afterward, I'll stitch you back together.
He extended his arms, the very image of twisted mercy.
You see, Murmur's bet has little to do with your status as a dungeon lord, and nothing to do with who your parents were. It has everything to do with who you are, old buddy. You're the sort of You're the sort of person that, given an inch of power, will not hesitate to use it to change the world. Don't you get it by now? Murmur does not care. Try to stay here on Earth if you want to. Try to stay here on Earth if you want. Try to work for the light. We'll see how long that lasts. I won't do shit to stop you. I don't have to, because you're not the hero of this story, Ed. Heroes don't pact with forbidden forces in exchange for power. Eventually, maybe sooner than you think, something or someone will leave you no choice, or so it will seem from your perspective. You will fight again. You will kill again. You will again build up your influence and grow a power base. Call it my own bet, or call it fate, but it will happen. And in the meantime...
The boatman snapped his fingers, and the battered remains of Ed's circle vanished. A torrent of raw magic swiped away Ed's resistances like waves eating at a sandcastle. There was no way to resist divine power of this magnitude. For an instant, Ed saw how reality tore itself to shreds around him to reveal the unfathomable sky of the dungeon dimension, vast walls and obsidian spires growing in all directions, and a pulsating light at the center like the rhythm of a beating heart. And right in front of him, Haron's smiling visage. A portal opened near the entrance of the store.
"Sorry for the delay. Something was blocking Argent's magic," a man said as he stepped through from the other side. "Is everything all right?" Inquisitor Gallio said. He examined the place with a confused expression. "Place is a mess."
Ed turned back, but instead of Haron, he found an empty and very normal laser shark store. No flying boxes and no living paper shark. Smiling visage. A portal opened. Long story. Long story, Ed muttered without turning back. The portal had opened behind Ed, so Haron had seen it first. In the instant before Ed turned, he'd caught a glimpse of an expression he'd never seen before. In the instant before Ed turned, he'd caught a glimpse of an expression he'd never seen before in the demigod's face. Surprise, recognition, perhaps even a hint of fear.
"Something was blocking Argent's magic,"
a man said as he stepped through from the other side. "Is everything all right?" Inquisitor Gallio said. He examined the place with... Uh-oh. I hear some rumbling out there. There's some rumbling happening. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Do another one, Mark demanded, grinning ear to ear. Come on. I'm not a common magician, Ed told him, although he was smiling as well. With a dramatic flourish that would have made Alder proud, the Dungeon Lord announced, "Fog!" Inwardly, he adjusted the variables of the spell and reduced the output, then exhaled thick, foggy rings, one after the other, in concentric shapes. Inwardly, he adjusted the Almost like Gandalf's, Mark said, pleased. You need some practice, though. That's what impresses you? Ryan grumbled from the other side of the room. Not literal at-will teleportation,
Just a bit of smoke.
Ryan's old office had never been more cramped. Lisa sat on Ryan's expensive executive chair, while Mark sat carelessly on the desk itself. Next to him were a pair of dusty, ancient-looking computer towers and their peripherals. Gallio, now wearing some of Ryan's old clothes, guarded the door as if he expected an infamous demigod to burst through at any moment. Finally, Ryan stood with his back against the wall, pretending to very carefully examine the dirt in his Finally, Ryan stood with his back against the wall, pretending to very carefully examine the dirt under his fingernails. He was awfully pale, and it had taken Ed several minutes to convince the plane shifter that his old master was not coming back any time soon, if ever. Ed threw Gallio a glance.
Cool it with the smoke, you two,
Lisa demanded. She was fighting against the innards of a computer cabinet, trying to get the CPU in working order.
Who the fuck ran cable management on this thing? Because it sure as hell wasn't me.
Ed grabbed a solitary motherboard and flipped it over, looking for signs of damage. The thing was only a couple generations above running on vacuum tubes. It doesn't need to look perfect. We just need the damn floppy disk reader to work. Most modern computers didn't even have CD-ROM readers nowadays. Ed knew there was floppy disk to USB hardware, but LaserShark didn't have any. In all his time working there, no one had ever asked for that. At the moment, it was far faster to get an old PC running.
Right, you tell that to the cockroaches nesting underneath the hard drive slots,
Lisa said, jumping out of her chair with a look of disgust.
Ugh, I need a coffee break. Unless boss here thinks 4 a.m. is too early for a rest.
She threw Ryan a withering glance.
You're never going to let it go, are you?
Ryan said tiredly.
Redemption arcs don't happen during a commercial break,
Lisa told him.
Even less so if you happen to make things worse for everyone. You could have died. Ed could have died. Gallio could have died. Mark and I could have died.
I said I was sorry!
I
said I was sorry!
Died.
I said...
Ryan said.
Are apologies not enough anymore?
A cockroach scuttled across his desk in a mad dash for freedom.
Whatever.
She gave Ed a look.
You have a moment?
They met on the railing that separated the offices from the rest of the store. Lisa brought out a cigarette and a lighter.
What one?
What one? She asked. Didn't you quit? Ed said, shaking his head.
Before today, yeah,
she said, taking a long drag.
Before today, yeah,
she said.
I did. Fucking hell, man.
Underneath, the laser shark piñata lay broken on the floor, its papery guts spilling out from its burst side. Ed grimaced. Sorry you guys got dragged into this mess. I'll have a long chat with Ryan the first chance I get.
Don't bother. We already did. And the way I hear it, we've been involved since the beginning.
She frowned at the cigarette in her hand, as if wondering how it had gotten there in the first place.
To be fair to that asshole, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have ever found out you were back in town. You didn't plan on letting us know, did you?
Ed grimaced. Let's just take that away again. No, I didn't. It was safer that way. People that associate with me can get into a lot of trouble. But I suppose you already found that out the hard way.
We understand. You're in a bit of a mess yourself.
Lisa pointed to the office, where Galio's silhouette stood watch against invisible attackers.
The way your friend tells it, you must have been through some shit.
Bits of ash fell from the railing into the upturned store below, like falling snow. I take the good with the bad, Ed said, shrugging. Sure, there have been some rough patches, but all in all, I've met some wonderful people and seen some sights that would take more than a few beers to describe. Even then, you wouldn't believe the half of it. They said nothing for a while. Lisa finished the cigarette and brought out another. She gave the pack an angry frown and pocketed it, but still lit the new one.
So, is it over now? He isn't coming back? The headhunter guy?
Somehow Ed guessed she meant Haron. Looks like he'll stay away.
Just the idea that he could be out there, lurking or plotting or whatever it is he does, it makes me shiver. I wish you hadn't summoned him today, almost daring him to do something awful.
Meeting him as soon as possible was my best shot to break things off cleanly with the dark. The longer I waited, the bigger chance he'd find a way to mess with us. Trust me, he's very good at that. Besides, he added to himself, I had to test out a hunch. For a while, he'd suspected Galio wasn't just a mere Inquisitor. Inquisitors, no matter how gallant, didn't survive things like being stabbed through with a blade. Evil demigods didn't run out of a run. Evil demigods didn't run out of a room with their tails between their legs when Evil demigods didn't run out of a room with their tails between their legs when one approached. Even if Galio hadn't arrived in time, he added, because he could see that Lisa was still thinking about it, Haron wouldn't have killed me. Sure, it wouldn't have been pleasant, but if he rendered me unable to act, that would mean Murmur loses all opportunity to win his bet.
Right. The bet. He approached me too, during the fight for Undercity, which I guess it actually happened. You really got stabbed in the chest.
She winced, unable or unwilling to meet Ed's gaze. There seemed to be a distance between them that was different than the fleeting awkwardness between two friends meeting again after a long time.
Ed, you accepted that monster's deal. I need to know why.
Ed hesitated. Although part of him had expected that question, it had happened a long time ago. The young man that had met with What's up, Vino? The young man that had met with Haron that night. The young man that had met with Haron that night was almost an entirely different person. Because the alternative was admitting they're right. If men are unable to be... because the alternative was admitting they're right. If men are unable to be their own rulers, if we can't create meaningful change for our own circumstances without making things worse, then that means mankind is good only as servants. Call them the light or the dark or whatever you want. In my experience, they're not better than any other person. They're simply the ones in control. So, when I got the chance to show them up, to actually matter in some fashion, I took it. I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help myself. The remains of the second cigarette disappeared under Lisa's shoe. She nodded to herself and grinned sadly.
In other words, your issues against authority metastasized. I always knew they would land you in bigger trouble than parking violations someday.
Ed shook his head and smiled. My way of putting it sounded way better, Lisa. My way of... My way of putting it sounded way better, Lisa.
Yeah, right.
She gave him a sidelong glance.
How long were you a dungeon lord before you started monologuing?
It happened faster than I'd like to admit. In my defense, everyone else over there is doing it. In my defense, everyone else over there is doing it. It's almost like they take classes for it. Which, now that I think about it, most rich dungeon lords probably do.
Fucking hell, man,
Lisa said, rolling her eyes.
So, what happens now?
Outside, night was just starting to fade. The city was as silent as it was ever going to get. If he closed his eyes and focused on the smell of dew and the If he closed his eyes and focused on the smell of dew and the singing of a few distant birds, Ed could almost imagine he was back in Ivalice. His heart jolted, as if stabbed by a warm, tiny needle. I'll listen to Varon and stay on Earth. It will be very hard, living away from Ivalice. But if my friends are here, then I can handle it. You guys will like them. They're good people. Ed hesitated, as an image of a cackling Levy riding a furious hell chicken flashed through his mind. Ed hesitated, as an image of a cackling Levy riding a furious hell chicken flashed through his mind. Albeit a little eccentric. But, I mean, who isn't? It would be a hard path, but doable. The Factory of Nightmares and Lady Vanes would object, as well as his netherworldly allies. However, if the ruler of Haliges and a dungeon lord could see common ground, surely others would.
Okay, Lisa said. I like that plan. It makes me happy. It'll be likely we're getting the best of both worlds.
She flashed him a bright smile. Ed wanted to return it, but something in her words made him hesitate. He experienced a brief memory of a conversation he'd had long ago during a Spraveska festival. but the idea was fleeting and a world of distance away. "Sure," he said. Behind them, the door to the office opened. Mark showed up, his beard covered in dust. "Got it working, guys," he said proudly. I'm thinking of making Ryan portal us to Paris to celebrate once we're done here. Anyone speak French? The image on the computer monitor flickered uneasily. Ed hunched over the keyboard, sitting in Ryan's chair, while the others, Gallio included, huddled behind Ed to look over his shoulder. "So, what is it?" Gallio asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Is it really true the artificial minds of the heroes are held in those tiny squares?" "Either that or between 3 to 12 songs." "Either that or between 3 to 12 songs, if you don't mind a bit of sound quality loss," Mark said. "Or Doom," Lisa added. "I'm not sure yet." "Or Doom. Or Doom." "Loss?" Mark said. "Or Doom." Lisa added. "I'm not sure yet." Ed told Gallio as he looked over the files. The data was in disarray, without any sort of pattern to them, and his parents hadn't been exactly keen on healthy indexing practices. He browsed aimlessly through tax returns and archived databases from Alex Wright's day job. Ryan jabbed a finger at the monitor, leaving a huge fingerprint on the glass. "Wait! I recognize this format. That's from a fiscal company managing my family's funds. I interned there in the summers back in college." His mouth moved silently as he read. Then he snapped his fingers in recognition. "I knew it!" "I knew it! This is a petition for funds. Your parents proposed a tech venture in controlling software for long-distance unmanned vehicles. Of course the funds were granted. That was early drone technology." "Drones?" Gallio looked to Ryan, then to Ed. "What do those annoying little critters have to do with Pantheon?" "Not my drones. Think of them like vehicles you can control from afar, just like the heroes." He turned to Ryan. So that's how they set Pantheon up. It just so happens that the fiscal company of your family also managed the investments of Varon's family. He must have expedited the process. For the longest time, Ed had simply thought Pantheon had just kinda sprouted. Now he was finding out that not only had Varon followed Earth's rules for his pet project, he had also managed to fund it. Now he was finding out that not only had Varon followed Earth's rules for his pet project, he had also managed to fund it without spending a dime of his own money. "Maybe the most powerful weapon I can get into Ivalice is an accountant and a stockbroker." Let Lotia and Haliges handle a great recession to take their minds off of killing it. Let Lotia and Haliges handle a great recession to take their minds off of killing each other. Let Lotia and Halages handle a great recession to take their minds off of killing each other.
The project was deemed unsustainable almost instantly,
Ryan said, as Ed continued exploring the vault of Pantheon's origins.
But an advisor proposed a reshuffle of the company, recycling talent and assets. Into a digital entertainment venture.
He scratched his growing stubble.
But early Pantheon wasn't unsustainable. Look at this email log. They were about to secure investment from the army. Why would they let that fall through?
He blinked.
Pantheon swindled us. They never wanted to make drones. They wanted to make heroes. Motherfuckers. I was paying them out of my own pocket to keep them running, and you're telling me all this time they could have worked with the fucking army?
Out of your own pocket? Really? Mark said, crossing his arms. Ryan hesitated.
I mean, out of my trust fund's dividends, but still, that crippled my growth forecast for the year.
You poor thing. Lisa said, stifling a groan.
Oops.
A long time ago, Ed had read that every person was just 6 degrees of separation from knowing everyone else. As it turned out, his relation to Ryan was even closer to that. As it turned out, his relation to Ryan was even closer than that. Of course, it was still tangential. They were connected by a company and a video game. It was enough to make Ed wonder if there was something pulling people together other than coincidence or the machinations of the dark. He'd never believed in fate, but he had to admit the universe really seemed to enjoy its symmetry. In a world where Varon hadn't been an otherworldly heir and merely a computer-illiterate rich friend of his parents, chances were Pantheon really would have gone into the drone market. Maybe Ed would have grown up as rich as Ryan. The idea made him uneasy. How similar would the two of them have been in that case? How many of Ryan's issues were because of his upbringing, and how much because of his inner douchiness?
Perhaps that's exactly what Murmur is trying to find out, he thought. Never mind growth, percentiles. Take a look at this.
Ed said, take a look at this. He opened a text file.
It's gibberish,
Gallios said.
Mark tugged at his beard. I mean, you're not wrong, but it's also C++. Programming language, Ed elaborated. Think of it like the glyphs spellcasters use in metamagic to create and alter spells.
Jackpot, Lisa said. This looks like an early draft of an exemption handler, in case no new inputs are sent to the software. And look, one of the placeholders literally says, add teleport function later. The floppy disk contained a couple hundred files, and Ed found 3 other disks containing software drafts, mostly theory crafting meant to build an interface between software and arcane hardware. Mostly theory crafting meant to build an interface between software and arcane hardware. Mostly theory. I need to get these to Levy's team, Ed thought, as his eyes glazed over from sheer overload of information. His knowledge of metamagic was barely enough to get by. He could understand the point of the drafts well enough, but the arcane bits escaped him. After that, they encrypted the files and uploaded them to a cloud-based storage service. It was early morning. Ed could hear the constant honking of cars outside as the commute for the day got busier and busier. Everyone but him showed signs of lack of sleep. Thanks to the way his talents interacted, Ed only needed a couple hours of sleep a day, and when the situation warranted it, he could rely on stubborn resilience to handle sleepless marathons for days at a time. "We're done here," he announced. "Thanks for the assist, everyone. Now, how about that trip to Paris Mark was talking about?" "I'm not a goddamn taxi service," Ryan said, frowning. Lisa shook her head. "How about we call it a day? I don't know about you guys, but my family is probably worried sick." "Right," Mark said. "I had forgotten about that. And I could use some sleep. Hey, Ryan, how about you give us a ride?" "I'm not Ryan started to say, then sighed and visibly gave up. "Fine, whatever. I'm just glad this mess of a day is over." Ed stood up, feeling better than he had since his arrival back on Earth. He turned to Galio. "I think I'll walk. Take the scenic route. Coming with?" For the first time in years, he felt as if he could sleep without a knife under his pillow.
Yeah.
The alarms blared inside Ed's head all at once, and then, just as suddenly, they shut up. The alarms blared inside Ed's head all at once, and then, just as suddenly, they shut up. They saw the smoke rising from several streets out, far enough away Ed had time to hope it was coming from someplace else. A kitchen fire or faulty wiring in an apartment, maybe. But that was washed away when they heard the sirens, then saw the flashing red and blue lights of the emergency services. The whole street was cordoned. Policemen kept a sea of reporters and onlookers at bay. The road was littered with cars with broken windows, the asphalt riddled with pulverized glass. Every other building around had been vacated, but the smoke was coming from one place in particular. Ed hid his head underneath Nibbler's hood and shouldered his way through the crowd. "Ed," he heard Galio whisper from far away. "Stop! They may recognize you." As he pushed reporters out of the way and kept going, he caught snippets of conversation from people yelling on their phones or recording for their social media. Words like terrorist attack, mob altercation, and gas leak. An arm appeared in front of him and pushed him back. Ed realized he'd reached the black and yellow barrier. A stern-looking officer stood on the other side.
"Stay back,"
the man warned. Ed studied the hand on his chest. With a command, Nibbler could tear that arm off, or he could simply reach out and break it. Or he could simply reach out and break it. He could dash into the construction site to look for survivors before anyone realized what was happening. The officer hesitated. Then a reporter shoved a phone right in front of his face. The man forgot about Ed and swatted angrily at the reporter, both of them yelling at the top of their lungs to hear each other over the cacophony. Now Ed had a full view of the construction site's entrance. Dust was still coming out from within. A chunk of building was missing, like a giant mouth had taken a bite. He could see splintered desks and partially melted work equipment. The surrounding brick was blackened, the metal supports partially melted. A hint of ozone lingered in the air even through the burnt tire smell, and Ed's skeletal hand tickled at the remains of holy magic emanating from the blast zone. Perhaps they're still there, he thought in a flash of rage. He set both hands atop the barrier, ready to vault over it. At that moment, he did not care one iota that Anshel and Hazmal were completely overpowered and that he hadn't come up with a way to hurt them yet. If they were still inside the hideout, he would kill them or die trying. Galio caught up with him, tried to drag him back. Ed was about to turn and punch him out when a bunch of paramedics emerged from the smoke, pushing a stretcher in front of them. The body was covered by a white sheet with a charred arm hanging out. Even at that distance, Ed could recognize the body. Tyler, he thought blankly. But it's too early. Shift won't start for another hour or so. He blinked. Tyler liked to arrive early on Mondays to set an example for the younger workers, and his attitude had caught on a bit among the others. There were 3 other stretchers next to Tyler's. We need to leave, Galio shook him gently, before someone recognizes you. Somehow, the Inquisitor had dragged him out of the crowd without Ed realizing it into a nearby alley. They massacred them, Ed said softly. Why? I wasn't even there. Galio had a haunted look on his face. They knew that with Argent Planeshifter on your side, they would never get a chance to catch you. So they're following militant doctrine. If you can't catch the Dungeon Lord, eliminate his associates. But Tyler and the others were innocent. They weren't even my minions. We just worked together. We just worked together. I'm sorry, Ed, Galio said. I tried to make you understand back when we first met. Not everyone in Haligese thinks like His Majesty. For the militant church, anyone that aids a Dungeon Lord must die. Chapter 14. The Signal. Lord Ravic Steros studied the perpetually cloud. Lord Ravic Steros studied the perpetually cloudy. Lord Ravic Steros. Lord Ravic Steros studied the perpetually cloudy skies of the Steravosi countryside. Unlike Lotia, which was a sensible country with real weather, Steravos seemed only to have 3 types of climate: rain time, harvest time, and freezing time. He shrugged, comfortable under the enchantments of his armor. Things like seasons or temperature mattered very little to him except as factors during a fight. Of course, as a dungeon lord, such issues were simplified, as most of his fighting would be underground. That made him uncomfortable. Most of his childhood he'd spent training to become the champion of his house's dungeon lord, leading raids into town and breaking the backs of his enemies. Now he was the one building the tunnels.
My lord, the others are in position.
You can't be a warlock if you're a woman, though, right? Isn't a warlock just a male witch? A man who professes or is supposed to practice magic or sorcery. All right, we'll leave it. Unbuilding the tunnels.
My lord, the others are in position.
The crone next to him said. She was an ancient Lotian warlock, formerly under minionship. She was an ancient Lotian warlock, formerly under minionship, pact to Lord Lurus. She was an ancient Lotian warlock. She was an ancient Lotian warlock, formerly under minionship, pact to Lord Lurus Steros, like most of the underlings Ravic would employ during the attack. He studied the woman's face, looking for signs of residual loyalty to his younger cousin. He found none. These minions, like him, were trained from birth to serve the house's designated lord.
Shall we head underground now?
They stood watch on the southern border of Lord Wraith's domain, away from the prying eyes of his diviners. They stood watch on the southern border of Lord Wraith's domain, away from the prying eyes of his diviners, but still at risk of detection by the pesky spiderlings that seemed to infest every corner of Steravos, both the countryside and the city of Constantina. Still, Ravic glanced at the clouds again. If it were up to him, he'd much rather fight in the open. Then again, It wasn't really up to him, was it? He was high in the chain of command, but still there were orders to follow. He was high in the chain of command, but still there were orders to follow, superiors to please. He rested a hand on the hilt of his trusty mace, comfortable with its weight, and adjusted the strap of his armor.
"Sure,"
he said. The tunnel entrance was nondescript, just a literal hole in the ground, hidden only by the tall grass and the surrounding shrubbery. Even with his lack of experience, Ravic knew it was a terrible location for a dungeon. There were no natural resources nearby. It was too far away from towns or cities, and it lacked even a local monster to shackle into service. Creating a lasting dungeon, however, was not today's purpose. The crone and him walked. He and the crone walked down the stone stairs into the damp darkness below. It was a long walk. Radovic's dungeon consisted of a single tunnel with a juncture hall at the end. There waited the seat and a portal next to it. All related expenses, including their summoning into Constantina, had been covered by House Steros and their sponsors in the high clergy of the regents. As he walked, Ravic Steros thought about his cousin. If all went well today, and there was no reason why it shouldn't, soon enough young Luris would be dead or captured, which amounted to the same result, only with extra steps. Ravic remembered young Luris well enough. They had even played together when they were young, fighting imaginary inquisitors among the dilapidated walls of the family palace. Growing up, Luris had turned into a gifted duelist, a natural with a sword who had won his first tournament at the age of 16 and earning the accolades of Marquis Adelvar and his... A natural with a sword. Growing up, Luris had turned into a... Growing up, Luris had turned into a gifted duelist, a natural with a sword who had won his first tournament at the age of 16 and earning the accolades of Marquis Adelvar and his court. Ravic remembered the talk during the banquet. They'd called Luris the new Lord Hines. After that, old Patriarch Steros had commanded Luris to become a dungeon lord and participate in the endeavor to win the Factory of Nightmares and restore the family fortune. Not only had Luris failed, but he'd managed to cripple himself and then run away, taking the precious mantle with him and condemning his family in the process. All of those were reasons enough for Ravic to hate him, but the new dungeon lord felt nothing much about his cousin. All of those were reasons enough for Ravic to hate him, but the new dungeon lord felt nothing much about his cousin. Ravic had orders to kill him, and so he would sleep soundly the night after. Wraith, on the other hand, that one had shamed the name of Steros when he tricked Luris during the endeavor. To Ravic and the ghost of his father, breaking Lord Wraith was a personal matter. Shame that, according to their sources, the otherworldly dungeon lord had been banished to his own realm, perhaps never to return. Then again, Wraith's absence only made things simpler. A vault extended in front of him as the descent reached its end. There was a makeshift stone seat and a shabby portal connected to a staging ground in the netherworld where House Steros's There was a makeshift stone seat and a shabby portal connected to a staging ground in the There was a makeshift stone seat and a shabby portal connected to a staging ground in the netherworld where House Steros's mercenaries waited for Ravic to give the command. The mercenaries kept the junkers Ravic had captured with them. The mercenaries kept the junkers Ravic had captured with them. The fiends would become the first wave of attackers, meant to exhaust any traps set along the way. The other dungeon lords, he knew, had devised similar strategies. About 20 ugly-ass drones formed a line in front of him, awaiting orders. Finally, there were a team of spellcasting fiends and 3 clerics, one of embers, another of bones, and the last of flesh. Finally, there were a team of spellcasting fiends and 3 clerics, one of embers, another of bones, and the last of flesh. Secrets, of course, was absent. The clerics kept a healthy distance from one another. Even for this temporary alliance, the followers of the regents were just as likely to... Even for this temporary alliance, the followers of the regents were just as likely to betray their brothers as were their demigod patrons.
"Is everything ready, minions?"
Ravic bellowed, his evil eye adding a menacing green shade to the scarlet light of the portal. The clerics bowed as one, long black hoods covering their scaly snouts.
Indeed, indeed, my lord,"
one hissed.
"The other dungeon lords have active portals, and Lady Zorander awaits us backup, as agreed. She reports that the Haunt suspects nothing. Its 4 commanders have been sighted in the citadel of Zovia. Their pet vampires are along with them, or are as... Their pet vampires are along with them, or are so far away in the countryside while fighting against the Inquisition. The moment is perfect for us." Blah.
In front of herself and the others. Nonetheless, the impact tossed Ed back and shook the store. The giant struggled frantically, pushing against the pillar, making terrible raspy sounds as he slowly suffocated to death on the warm Zovian air.
Now, Alder, put him out of his misery.
Perfect for us.
Ravic sneered.
"So says Zorander, eh? Keep an eye out for that shifty bitch,"
he said. Despite her unwavering loyalty to the regents after the Endeavor, he still refused to trust someone favored by Corgoran. Despite her unwavering loyalty to the regents after the Endeavor, he still refused to trust someone favored by Corgoran.
"If she makes any suspicious move, I want to know. And remember, if anyone sees the former Lord of Steros, bring him to me alive."
At his command, one of the spellcasters approached him with an illusion that showed the local topography. Local topography. If their informants were right, they were a couple of miles away from a series of mining tunnels containing precious iron the Haunt delivered straight to their forges. Ravic studied the map, then focused. Communicating with his drones was not yet second nature to him, but he was learning. The drones perked up their ears and rushed as one to a spot in the hall where they began to dig as one. The drones perked up their ears and rushed as one to a spot in the hall where they began to dig. Ravic watched them work. If they had timed things right, early in the morning, the Haunted would wake up to the worst day of the remainder of their lives. Steros jumped out of his bed and unceremoniously fell on his face. He tried to carry his weight with his stumps, and an explosion of pain tore a raw scream out of him. On his face. He tried to carry his... He cursed at the world and his own weakness, and then, panting, propped himself up using his elbows and knees. A raw scream out of him. He cursed at the world and his own weakness, and then, panting, propped himself up using his elbows and knees.
What the fuck is going on?
He asked. One of his drones had jumped over his bed. In the distance, alarms blared, echoing down the tunnel outside his quarters. The drone watched him with huge insect-like eyes. It seemed afraid.
Well, don't just stand there, help me dress!
Steros commanded. The last thing he needed was further making a fool of himself. The last thing he needed was to make a fool of himself further by running down the corridors in his underwear. He summoned 2 other drones to help. It was more than he'd created in months, but he barely realized it. The blare of the alarms seemed to drill into his ears, and he could hear it under the sound of frantic footsteps running just outside his door. The blare of the alarms seemed to drill into his ears, and he could hear under it the sound of frantic footsteps running just outside his door. A drone fetched his trousers, another helped him fasten his jacket, and the third grabbed a scabbard with a long knife and attached to it. A drone fetched his trousers, another helped him fasten his jacket, and the third grabbed a scabbard with a long knife and attached it to Steros's belt. The dungeon lord fought off the need to smack the drone. The knife was useless.
Let us see what the fuss is all about, he said, trying
his best to sound unconcerned and fearless, just as he imagined a true dungeon lord would act. The drones opened the door. He managed 2 steps out and was almost run over by a rushing group of Haganashi that disappeared past a corner without even acknowledging him. Steros stumbled. The magical lanterns that illuminated every corner of the haunt now flashed yellow and red back and forth. He looked up and saw a swarm of spiderlings headed in the same direction the Kufdar had gone through.
"Minions! What is the matter?"
he asked. Of course, the spiderlings didn't answer. Or if they did, he couldn't tell. He hesitated, then followed the swarm. If his sense of underground direction hadn't atrophied like his muscles had, they were headed to the south. If his sense of underground direction hadn't atrophied like his muscles had, they were headed to the southeastern outer limits of the main dungeon, away from the mountainous outcrops that hid the haunt from the rest of the world. An awful suspicion nested in his mind. It was not a direction from which he'd expect the Inquisition to stage an attack. The scrambling tower presence was too heavy, and the haunt was supposed to be hidden from the militant church, which meant a group of spider riders passed the corner and almost trampled him over all. A group of spider riders passed the corner and almost trampled him all over again. He jumped away just in time. Kleck did not seem to be among them. "Minions! What is going on?" Steros asked. One of them glanced briefly in his direction.
We don't know.
How reassuring, Steros thought as the riders disappeared. He'd been hoping that some hell chickens had escaped. Something told him that was not the case. The ground under him trembled to the beat of distant explosions, and his step faltered. He realized, with sudden clarity, that he was headed straight into danger while utterly unable to defend himself. Because the gods had a macabre sense of humor, at that moment cracks appeared in the stone ceiling, widening by the second. He could see glimmering drone faces looking at him from the darkness, and that told him all he needed to know. He turned back and ran. An instant later, half a dozen skeletal archers burst through a series of mining tunnels only a couple meters away from him. They wore black and white livery, and the runes engraved in their bones had the telltale purple glow of a necromancer empowered by Dolmenak's talent tree. The archers took notice of Steros and, as one, raised their bows, black arrows at the ready. Ugh. Sorry, guys. Talking to our script converter, who is discovering lots of typos.
crossbows, black arrows at the ready.
All right, I gotta use the bathroom one more time, guys. Sorry about this. Be right back. I have returned. It is happening. It is happening, Facebook user. It is happening. Oh my god, all the happen. Okay, here goes.
Black arrows at the ready.
Black arrows at the ready. Here we go. Oh, right.
Help me dress! Steros commanded. The last thing he needed was to make a fool of himself further by running down the corridors in his Stand there! Help me dress! Drone. The knife was useless. Let us see what the fuss is all about, he said, just as he imagined the drones opened the door. He managed... Archers took notice of Steros and, as one, raised their bows, black arrows at the ready. A mechanism under their feet clicked, and the floor underneath them gave way like a trapdoor.
Oh boy. I think, I'm about to have hiccups. I hope not.
A mechanism under their feet clicked, and the floor underneath them gave way like a trapdoor.
Steros could have sworn that the jaws of the skeletons dropped in surprise the instant before they fell. Half a second later, flames erupted from the opening and scorched the ceiling. The floor clicked again and returned to its original shape, as if nothing had happened. Steros hesitated in front of the trapdoor. Behind him, he could hear the sound of fighting. He put a foot over the trap, then another. The trap did not activate. The trap did not activate. He ran over it, feeling like a coward. "What the hell am I supposed to do?" he asked himself. "Headbutt them to death?" As if answering his question, he pushed past a half-destroyed security door and ran into an all-out fight in the middle of a crossroad. A group of Haganashi held back a tide of undead that extended as far as Steros could see. The scimitars of the Kuftar rose and fell in a synchronized carnage. Chopping limbs with deadly precision. It was all they could do not to be overwhelmed. For every zombie they dispatched, 3 took their place. Steros stood, paralyzed, only a few feet away from the monster hunters guarding the corridor. If he stepped into the fight, he knew he would only get in their way. But he had to do something. "You!" one of the Kuftar grunted. He had a long, bloody gash on his snout. One of the Kuftar grunted. He had a long, bloody gash on his snout.
Quick! Behind us! There's a barricade! Anyone else that way?
Spiderlings and riders, I think, Steros said. The Kuftar stepped back and then lopped the head off a zombie that had managed to slip a little too close. At that moment, another crawled over the body of its companion and grabbed at the Haga-Anashi's ankle. He cursed, stumbled, and chopped at the hand, but the tide closed in around them another inch.
Go!
A different Kuftar yelled.
The riders can take care of themselves. We'll be right behind you.
Steros realized they were only fighting to buy him time. He ran as fast as he could, the sounds of the fray filling his ears. An instant later, he heard an explosion. He stepped over undead bodies covered in charred spiderlings, as well as a convulsing werewolf riddled with Haga-Anashi silver-tipped darts. Most of the corpses belonged to the enemy, destroyed by defenders and traps of all kinds, but Steros saw haunted among the fallen. There were a few Kuftar, a couple human botanical researchers, and 3 guards surrounded by eviscerated, rotting hounds. He did not recognize any faces of the dead, but how long until that changed? After what could have... He did not recognize any faces of the dead, but how long until that changed? After what could have been a minute, or an hour, he saw the barricade the Haga-Anashi had mentioned. Waist-high reinforced wooden shields and spears aimed his way. 6 human archers took aim at his approach, but lowered their Six human archers took aim at his approach, but lowered their bows when they recognized him.
There are others behind me!
Steros warned as hands reached for him and helped him get over the barricade.
What the hell is going on? And what can I do to help?
The man exchanged confused looks. There was fear in their eyes. None of them, Steros guessed, had ever fought in a dungeon raid. Well, there was a first time for everything.
You're Lord Steros, right?
A woman asked from behind the archers. They parted, and a succubus stepped through. She wore a soot-stained white researcher's lab coat. Her red skin was flushed pink from exertion. Her red skin was flushed pink from exertion, and her tail was stiff with fear she was trying to conceal.
I'm researcher Ariasel. We sent a search party to your quarters, but you were already gone. Why did you feel the need to run toward the attack?
Steros didn't really have an answer to that.
It doesn't matter,
she said, waving his response away.
Here, follow me. Perhaps a dungeon lord's perspective can help us deal with this mess.
They ran at a brisk pace down a series of passageways, away from the outer reaches of the haunt and toward the main sections of the dungeon.
Any idea which dungeon lord is leading the raid?
Steros asked.
It's not just one,
the succubus said.
Our diviners have detected 3 different spawn vectors. That means 3 dungeon lords at the very least. Scrying suggests each of them has set up a forward dungeon with a portal and a seat, and they're bringing the troops that way. and they're bringing the troops that way.
Steros nodded. That was standard warfare between enemy dungeon lords. Such fights usually meant huge casualties for the attacker, given the defender always had massive advantages, while... Such fights usually meant huge casualties for the attacker, given the defender always had a massive advantage while inside his dungeon. The problem, however...
Lord Wraith is not here to counterattack or bolster our defenses,
Ariasel explained, voicing Steros' thoughts.
Without him, the Haunt is fangless against other dungeon lords. Even worse, Master Lavina and the rest of the commanders are away in the Netherworld. The Spider Empire is coming to our aid as we speak, but it'll take precious minutes we may not have.
Perhaps the gods really had a bleak sense of humor. Not only was Steros dependent on the aid of another lord, he couldn't even come to the defense of his current domain. And now his very life depended on a bunch of critters that no longer... And now his very life depended on a bunch of critters that not long ago he'd have considered nothing more than sources of experience points. Around them, the magical torches flickered and weakened. The enemy dungeon lords were sacrificing the lives of their minions to build a foothold into the Haunt, divesting the energy of the dungeon's ley line for their own means, like an enemy army altering the course of a river through a dam.
I don't get it,
Ariasel said. She was talking fast, running over her own words, the way Steros had... She was talking fast, running over her own words, the way Steros had seen some young scholars do when trying to make sense of a world that didn't conform to what was written in their books.
No matter how much mayhem they cause, the Haunt is technically as powerful as a city-state. Sure, we're still spread out at the moment, but when reinforcements arrive, we'll crush the attack even without Lord Wraith's help.
Steros shook his head.
This is a dungeon raid. They're not trying to breach the seat and take over the dungeon. They're here looking for a specific objective, like sacking the treasure room, or kidnapping an important spellcaster, or stealing a piece of tech.
Dungeon Lord and Succubus exchanged alarmed glances. The Haunt had more than a couple priceless treasures in its vaults. Research technology, the intact body of a high-level hero, Research technology, the intact body of a high-level hero, a laptop artifact from Lord Wraith's homeworld, and the schematics for the scrambling towers that were the backbone. Research technology, the intact body of a high-level hero, a laptop artifact from Lord Wraith's homeworld, and the schematics for the scrambling towers that were the backbone of the resistance against Hailgi.
Fuck!
Research technology, the intact body of a high-level hero, a laptop artifact from Lord Wraith's homeworld, and the schematics for the scrambling towers that were the backbone of the resistance against Hailgi. Even one of such treasures warranted the greed of a daring, or desperate, dungeon lord. So far, Lord Wraith had managed to keep such opportunistic raiders at bay by threatening to give those secrets for free to their enemies. It had worked up until someone had called his bluff today.
Somehow they found out Lord Wraith is away,
Steros mused.
Where are you taking me, Researcher Ariasel? Where are you taking me, Researcher Ariasel? Is away,
Steros mused.
Where are you taking me, Researcher Ariasel? Protocol dictates all non-combatants such as ourselves are to head to the portal for evacuation into the factory.
Ignore that order, Steros said, frowning. He was trying to picture a layout of the Haunt in his head.
If the raiders manage to steal the scrambling tower schematics, they'll sprout like weeds all over Steravos, fighting Lord Wraith for control of the territory. It will be a free-for-all, and it's the last thing we need, if we're to survive the war.
He paused to take a long breath. Perhaps he shouldn't have spent so much time languishing in bed, feeling sorry for himself after all.
We can't wait for reinforcements. Is there a way to contact Lord Wraith? If he can command his drones to blockade, probably is what he means. If he can command his drones to blockade the invading tunnels, then the raiders will be forced to retreat. Wraith, if he can Lord Wraith, if he can...
Ariasel frowned.
Can't you do that yourself, Lord Steros?
The young man's cheeks flushed red.
I'm not connected to this dungeon. I wouldn't know where the attack is coming, and I wouldn't be able to reinforce the walls at all.
Also, he failed to say, in his weakened state he could only summon a small handful of drones.
Don't worry, a mocking voice said inside his head. It could happen to anyone. Nothing to be ashamed of.
A troop of warlock fiends hurried past them toward the danger.
More forces divested away from the real target,
Steros thought bleakly. But he was familiar with the protocols of the Haunt. In case of an attack, guards were meant to prioritize getting the civilians to safety, and many innocents lived inside the Haunt's halls. The Haunt was spread thin, both internally and through Steravos, and its enemies were starting to wise up to that.
Master Lavina was working on a project, but it isn't finished yet,
Ariasel said suddenly. Her tail swiped behind her as she came to a decision.
Fuck it. Finished or not, it's our best bet. Follow me, Lord Steros. The emitter is in the laboratories.
Great, Steros thought. What is the vibration? Why is there vibrating? Steros thought. For the second time since he'd woken up, he was running straight into danger. They reached yet another crossroad, this one busy with evacuating haunted personnel. A group of Batblins coordinated the evacuation, their backs against a sign that announced the Hell Chicken coops to the west, the portal to the north, and the laboratories and forges to the east. All the personnel came from the west and the east. Ariasel shouldered her way past the crowd, with Steros following close behind.
Researcher!
One of the Batblins called after her.
Are you insane? Come back! Researcher!
One of the Batblins called.
Master Lavina had the laboratory set close to the mountain so she could better abuse the phases of the moon.
The succubus exclaimed. Explained.
It's only a matter of time before the dungeon lords find it. Of course.
Steros said, already out of breath. They found signs of several skirmishes going on around them soon afterward. Thick cobwebs blocked strategic passages. They found the first body, a black minotaur dissolving slowly inside a huge, green acid ooze that occupied the entire corridor leading toward the forges.
One of ours?
Steros asked. He failed to notice that for a while now he'd thought of the haunt as we and not you.
No, Marshal Kessa has a thing against those guys,
Ariasel said.
The second Dungeon Lord must have troops nearby. I don't suppose you can fight your way through a Minotaur berserker, Steros asked as they went.
She scoffed.
I'm an intellectual. Where exactly do you suppose I would be hiding a sword?
Noted.
Sword.
Noted, Steros said, hiding a grimace. They reached the security checkpoint, defending the gates to the laboratory without encountering any more trouble. So far, their luck had held out. Or, more likely, the massive size of the haunt had played in their favor. But luck could change at any time. An Abnetier floated toward them.
Ariasel, you were supposed to leave for the portal. Portal.
I'm supposed to do a terrified puff, but I don't know how to do that.
Ariasel, you were supposed to leave for the portal,
he said with a terrified puff. To Steros, all Abnetiers looked alike. Oversized balloons with a single huge eye and a mouth to match. This one he recognized, though. Folk, the diviner, head of the scrying division, the yellow-tipped horns above his the yellow-tipped horns above his rugged forehead gave him away. Okay, I remember Folk. Is he in book 3 or 4?
Dungeon lords hated risking their skin. The participants of the endeavor were already an exception to the rule, although, Kess knew, some more than others.
Take a look, Kess,
Alder told her, pointing at the illusionary screens floating around the camp. These showed fragments of the endeavor for the common public to enjoy. Since most unaligned casters lacked the resources of a regent's cleric or dungeon lord, these images lacked the clarity of Folk's scrying ball, and often faded to black due to the natural overflow of magical energy of the factory, or because of an area shielded from scrying. In the screens, after running from the fight, Molmeda, Redwatch, Sanguine, and his minions rushed for a different exit as the chamber slowly filled with the gas. Molmeda and his minions made it out, as well as 2 of Spree just yet. They walked down a long corridor that looked awfully like the one Ed and the others just had arrived to. Worse yet, Ed's group was 12 people, and only a few of those were rogues. They made noise. If Sanguine went the right way, Kess was sure he would hear them coming before they did. And Sanguine had ambushed Ed before, in Undercity.
Folk,
She said, thinking fast.
can we get a dungeon message to Ed?
It's against the rules,
Folk said nervously.
and the standard factory is protected against most incoming spells, if they lack the right signal.
Screw the rules, everyone.
Yep, I'm basically doing his voice right. I think.
Ariasel, you were supposed to leave for the portal.
Change of plans.
Ariasel told them. Ariasel told him, shouldering past him toward the laboratories.
We need to get the emitter going. Signal Lord Wraith for help.
Folk's black pupil widened.
The emitter! But it's not been tested yet!
We're testing it now!
Yet!
We're
Steros said. He had no time for researchers arguing over safety protocols. He could feel tiny picks going at work above them. Ariasel had been right. The laboratories were too close to the surface. The three of them headed into the dark halls of the labs, which had clearly been vacated in a hurry. Steros saw overturned glass vials whose contents sizzled angrily on the floor, stacks of papers abandoned among brass metamagic devices, clockwork mechanisms ticking along the walls, and in the center of it all, a huge glass cylinder full of liquid from which a human figure could be seen, connected to everything else by cables and complex magical circles. The air smelled of chemicals and ozone.
So, what now?
Steros asked.
Now, you let us set up, Ariasel said. And if anything shows up that isn't wearing purple and pink, you kill it.
Sure, I'll kick them to death, Steros thought, but said nothing. Ariasel ran up to a mahogany table which had a glass scrying ball resting over a metal claw engraved with runes. A brass device stood around the scrying ball like a birdcage. Multiple silver circlets surrounded the scrying ball, their sides engraved with complicated glyphs far beyond Steros's meager spellcasting ranks to understand. Finally, a thin, rectangular tablet-like device rested at the top of the cage, connected to everything else by brass straps. Folk, who, like most abnetiers, was a natural telekinetic, set up to draw a summoning circle around the table while Ariasel started a short series of grounding rituals meant to prime the area for an influx of magical aftershock.
Now,
Ariasel said, holding up a steel wand.
We need to find the damn thing out and cross our fingers. Folk, you and I will channel all our daily spell allocations into it. Lord Steros, you'll do the talking. We'll be a bit busy.
Understood, Steros said. Then he raised an eyebrow.
Any chance you can start channeling pretty much now?
He looked pointedly at the ceiling where a crack had just appeared. A sliver of rock bounced off Folk. Both fiends followed Steros's gaze. The crack was widening. Around them, 4 magical traps, like man-sized steel towers topped with brass discs, whirred to life as if they were suddenly sprouting plants in a garden. Magical blue lashes arced from the brass tops, eager for a target. Steros thanked whatever metamagic rite employed for his traps that they were smart enough to discern non-minion allies. From hostiles.
Yes, right now sounds good,
Ariasel said. Folk gave the traps a nervous glance, then took position next to the succubus in the circle.
All right, folk. We've practiced this. All right, folk, we've practiced for this.
What? He said?
All right, folk, we've practiced for this,
he said nervously to himself.
Don't actually cast the spell, just channel, and don't think about sudden magical circuit combustion syndrome.
Steros gulped. A chunk of stone broke off the ceiling and crashed against some expensive-looking arcane equipment.
Folk!
Ariasel grunted. Her silhouette was already blurry from the output of magical energy.
Shut up and channel!
They channeled. The air around the magical circle became like a mirage. Steros felt the hairs on his arms stand on edge and saw the device's circles come to life and whir about the scrying ball, their glyphs glowing as if on fire.
No!
Ariasel yelled at Steros through gritted teeth. A creature dropped from the ceiling, right above Steros.
Folk!
Right above Steros. Before it could land, a blue beam burst from the towers and struck the minion like lightning. There was a flash, a sharp crack, and the smell of burning flesh. Whatever the creature had been, it fell in a carbonized heap a few feet away from the young dungeon lord. More monsters dropped from the ceiling. Steros rushed toward the sphere. Unsure how to actually activate the emitter, he simply gazed at the scrying ball. Unsure how to actually activate the emitter, he simply gazed at the scrying ball, trying his best to ignore the mayhem at his back. Around him, magical aftershock was... Around him, the magical aftershock was so thick he felt his eyebrows singe. An image formed on the clear glass surface of the sphere. It was a mass of steel and glass growing like weeds that, in some cases, pierced the clouds. At first, Steros was sure the emitter had malfunctioned. Then the image gained focus, and he realized he was looking at an alien city from afar.
We're too high up!
Steros exclaimed. Ariasel muttered something nasty in the tongue of the netherworld. Then she swiped at the table's leg with her tail. The sphere jumped, and the image scrambled. Then the view plunged deeper toward the gigantic... The sphere jumped, and the image scrambled. Then the view plunged deeper toward the gigantic building so quickly it made Steros dizzy. The freefall stopped suddenly. He was a few feet away from a dark-haired man dressed in green, with sharp features and the unconscious balance of a fighter. Lord Wraith's expression. The freefall stopped suddenly. He was a few feet away from a dark-haired man dressed in green, with sharp features and the unconscious balance of a fighter. Lord Wraith's expression was contorted with anger. He seemed to be yelling at someone or something, and the hand of an unseen person rested on his chest, trying and failing to drag him back.
I see him!
Steros exclaimed. Wraith blinked, surprise blinked, surprise replacing his scowl. He threw confused glances around him.
I think he hears me! Good!
Ariasel shot back.
Now hurry! Folk is not looking so good! Good.
Blabbered Folk. Right, Steros thought.
Lord Wraith, this is Lord Steros. I am in the haunt. We're under attack. A raid led by 3 dungeon lords from Lotia. If you have a way of coming back and lending us a bit of a hand, we could use it right now.
A group of glyphs around the summoning circle chose that moment to burst into flames. The sphere cracked, a dull gray instantly replacing Wright's face. A series of magical surges traveled around the brass mechanisms. A series of magical surges traveled around the brass mechanisms of the emitter, bending it as if A series of magical surges traveled around the brass mechanisms of the emitter, bending it as if an invisible weight was pressing down on it. Steros jumped away. The laboratory was a mess of charred corpses and smoking traps. Nothing moved in the darkness of the ceiling hole. Folk rested on the floor, looking remarkably like a collapsed tarp. Only a faint breathing revealed he was still alive.
Lend us a bit of a hand?
Ariasel screamed.
Murmurs, mercy, was that your best idea? I panicked, fiend!
Steros snapped back.
No one ever prepared for asking another dungeon lord for help? Lord for help? I don't know the protocols! Just ask for help! Did he at least hear us?
She asked.
I don't know! He heard something! Maybe! But I'm not sure what! And even if he did, I don't know if he'll be able to return in time! And even if he did, I don't know if he'll be able to return in time!
Ariasel glanced at the ruined emitter.
Master Lavina is going to kill me, raise me, then kill me again!
She dragged a sleeve that had formerly been white across her forehead to wipe away the sweat.
We've done all we can. It's on either Lord Wraith or the spiders now. Here, help me carry Folk to the portal.
A dungeon lord carrying a minion? That would have been a sight to remember. But Steros didn't get the chance to say how he felt about it. As soon as he and the succubus had turned to help the fallen Abnettir, a knotted rope fell from the hole in the ceiling onto the middle... As soon as he and the succubus had turned to help the fallen Abnettir, a knotted rope fell from the hole in the ceiling... As soon as he and the succubus had turned to help the fallen Abnettir, a knotted rope fell from the hole in the ceiling into the middle of the laboratory. As soon as he and the succubus had turned to help the fallen Abnettir, a knotted rope fell from the hole in the ceiling into the middle of the laboratory in full sight of the traps. Abnettir, a knotted rope fell from the hole in the ceiling into the middle. They failed to activate. Steros looked at them. Overloaded, probably by the sheer amount of disposable targets, a tactic Steros himself may have used. A man descended from the rope. The black livery of his gambeson proclaimed him as a proud member of House Steros. "Oh, dunghill," Steros said. The area around the portal of the Haunt bristled with activity. Lines of civilians disappeared into the waves of light circled by the portal's arcane ring, while the technicians that operated the control panels to one side of the room shifted nervously as they tried to keep the portal stable under the pressure of so many coming and going. Fuck. Lines of civilians disappeared into the waves of light circled by the portal's arcane ring, while the technicians that operated the control panels to one side of the room shifted nervously as they tried to keep the portal stable under the pressure of so many coming and going. Yumiya, second in command of the Haga-Anashi, kept a tight watch over the procedures. She had her personal team with her, guarding the doors, and even more warriors protecting the surrounding corridors. Their unseen enemy had already tried to breach her line twice through breaks in the tunnels, and twice Yumiya had repelled them, hard and fast, before the hordes of Junker fiends even had time to realize they were about to be massacred. The portal area was near the heart of the Haunt. Nobody was getting past security here without scores of heroes or a team of Devil Knights. Still, the Haunt was huge, a veritable proto-city of its own right. Protecting the entirety of its territory as well as they protected its heart was impossible. Yumiya knew that, but still she could taste bile in her throat. The mere idea of a Haga-Anashi having to give ground to an enemy filled her with impotent rage.
Chief Kaga will return soon, and then we'll send these invaders back whence they came.
Yumiya thought. Maybe they would even chase after them and spill blood on the invaders' own... turf, although the idea of fighting in enemy tunnels did not fill her with enthusiasm.
We've got incoming!
One of the technicians announced. A guard by the portal ushered the crowd back as Yumiya and her team stepped forward. The surface of the portal ebbed and weaved as the glyphs of the surrounding circle spun. There was a flash, and a bunch of familiar figures stepped through to reveal the commanders of the Haunt, Kessa, Lavina, Alder, and Kleck. They were flanked by the Lucky Five, Lavina's monster, and a bunch of elite Haga-Anashi, some of which Yumiya had trained herself. A few civilians cheered. Reinforcements were here. Marshal Kessa examined the room with the slack expression of a fighter anticipating combat. Her eyes locked with Yumiya's. The Kuftar approached the avian.
What is the situation?
Kessa asked.
What the fuck is happening in my dungeon? What the fuck is happening in my dungeon?
Lavina asked from a few feet behind Kessa, murder in her eyes. Yumiya told them in as few words as she could manage.
There's 3 of them, as far as we know. Currently, we've kept them away from the main thoroughfares. Chieftain Kaga and the Empress Laurel are minutes away, and we've forces... Chieftain Kaga and Empress Laurel are minutes away, and we've forces scouring the forest for the staging areas of the attack.
Kessa's frown deepened.
They'll be long gone before we find them. She turned to the others. The Lotians must be after the schematics. We need to stop them, or we'll have dungeon lords sprouting up in Steravos like weeds in a garden.
She made a gesture, and the Lucky Five vanished into mist, disappearing under the cracks of the doors. Yumia stiffened. No matter how long she fought next to vampires, she would never feel at ease. She still remembered Yarlin's betrayal. As did most of the haunted.
Security in the labs can hold out for a while,
Levi said.
But most of my researchers are not fighters.
Kessa nodded.
Then we fight for them. Then we fight for them, provided we make it in time. I'll go with you,
Yumia said.
No! No! Stay and protect the civilians!
Kessa told her in a tone that left no room for arguing. She was already headed for the door, followed by Lavina and her shambling monstrosity of a bodyguard, whose cannon arm hung all the way to the floor and scraped against the stone. Kleck and Alder lagged for a moment, exchanging a meaningful glance whose meaning Yumia could not interpret. Kleck and Alder lagged for a moment, exchanging a meaningful glance Yumia could not interpret. It seemed as if they were waiting for something. The technicians announced. A guard... Oh, dunghill. The forest that extended below the snow-laden peak glimmered, the air trembling. The forest that extended below the snow-laden peak glimmered. The forest that extended below the snow-laden peak glimmered, the air trembling as if the sky was an ocean that had long ago drowned the world. Inquisitor Alvra felt as if the weight of a gargantuan column of invisible water pressed down on her shoulders. Still, the smile on her face was grim and savage, and it festered like an open wound. She held a telescope to her eye, scanning the landscape with the mechanical precision of a lifetime of practice. The vast expanse of green seemed endless as it reached all the way to the horizon. She could have stared her whole life and never found her target. This time, however, 3 bright points of golden light seen only through the telescope were telling... This time, however, 3 bright points of golden light seen only through the telescope were telling her exactly where to look. The lights came from the underground and formed a sort of jagged triangle. Alvidra's telescope inched toward the middle of the shape, scanning the geography for strategic features. Because she'd been warned to expect it, she knew her target was hidden underneath powerful illusions. That would not matter. She didn't need a visual confirmation. She only needed to scout the terrain for a likely location. A lifetime ago, she'd known these forests like the back of her hand. She'd been a ranger back then, probably the reason the examiner himself had chosen her, a humble and newly appointed inquisitor. for such important... She'd been a ranger back then. Probably the reason the examiner himself had chosen her. A humble and newly appointed Inquisitor, for such an important mission. Examiner Harmon had even expedited her investiture by performing the ceremony himself, instead of waiting years for a chance to travel to the Haligian royal palace for King Varon's blessing. Duty and gratitude compelled her to succeed, but she had reasons enough of her own. Lord Wraith had not only taken her forest from her, he'd also killed or corrupted everyone else. Galio, Kess, Ione, all of them were gone, one way or the other. Enough was enough. She scanned the area around the riverbed. A glade there, too small. A series of hills, too exposed. Then, closer to her position, she saw a series of jagged outcrops, probably the result of an earthquake during times immemorial. All in the shadows of the mountainside. Close access to water, near fertile land, deep in the forest but not too close to invade horned spider territory. And most damning of all, even at this distance and through her enchanted telescope, her eyes blurred from the charms trying to convince her mind to look away. Okay, Alvidra. Oh, I forgot to... Oh no, it's still going. Hey, cool. People are still... No, wait. Looks like nobody's watching on Instagram. I forget to look out for that. Okay, so... convince her mind to look away. Okay, so what does Alvidra sound like? Arms trying to convince her mind to look away. All right. Come on, dude. What the fuck is this? What book is this? Yeah, this is book 1. Okay. So we want book 2. She's not in book 2? Oh. There we go. Book 3 is where she's at. I spelled it wrong in the search.
Iva flew out of his mouth. Gallio could have bet his life's savings that the former warrior was about to have him executed. Chapter 2. The raised dais right instead of the stranger. True, at least it meant that the otherworldly dungeon lord was still alive, which meant that so were Gallio's people. It also meant that Gallio and Wright could still stumble into each other. If that happened, the Inquisitor would be forced to break an oath to fulfill his duty to the light. But in doing so, he'd condemn himself. Whatever he did, he could not win.
Good,
said Alvidra, still glaring hatefully at the dead dungeon lord. She friend, he asked her in a whisper, making sure that
other than the surge of necromantic energy in Hoya Forest last winter, there's been no clue.
Interesting, okay. To convince her mind to look away.
Got you, you bitch, she whispered, lowering her telescope.
Behind her, the warm and feathery mass of Layla shifted in place, the griffin's claws slashing against the rock. Layla hated the feel of snow on her claws. Distractedly, Alvidra ran a hand through the magnificent beast's plumage and let out a soothing whistle.
Easy, girl. We're almost done here.
Inquisitor Alvidra propped a satchel carefully against a boulder and made herself as comfortable as someone resting her ass on a rock could ever be. She brought out parchment, a pair of sketching carbons, an inkwell, and drawing instruments. She had once tried to teach Kess the finer points of making a functional map. They had been pleasantly drunk during the coming-of-age party of one of Hjortje's girls. The mercenary had complained she was used to scribbling hurried drawings in the dirt, usually in the middle of the night, so there was no point in making sure her sketches were pretty as long as they conveyed their meaning. The carbon stick rasped against the parchment. Hjortje's forge was a heap of charred carbon, and for all Alvidra knew, the blacksmith and his daughters were buried underneath. No more parties for the Rangers. Just a map. And boom, that is it for this chapter. That is it for me for today. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me while I streamed the very last cold read of Dungeon Lord Book 5. Looks like we're like 5 pages away from 30%. So I think that'll be it for the cold reads, but be sure to join our Discord server and watch when I pop up in there. I will be back at it on Monday. So if you want to watch me do this live, if you want all the spoils, come to the Discord server. Make sure to watch out for my notifications. And I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend. Don't forget, go to soundbooththeater.com, look at our merch store, see if there's anything you want in there. There's 7, about to be 8 different, no, there is 8. There's 8 different books on tape there if you guys want them. And there's also Sound Booth Theater t-shirts just like this one, and also narration socks +1. So if you guys are interested in any of those things, please make sure to visit our shop, and I hope you all have a good weekend. Bye-bye.